The prairie is still dark when you first open your eyes, though the darkness here does not feel empty. It feels alive. Cold air slips through the wool blanket wrapped around your shoulders, and somewhere beyond the dying campfire, cattle breathe in heavy, slow waves like enormous sleeping machines. A horse shakes its mane nearby. Leather creaks softly. Farther away, a coyote calls once into the enormous silence of the western plains. You lie still for a moment, staring upward. The sky above the American West in the 1870s does not resemble the sky most people know today. There are no airplane lights drifting overhead, no glowing towns spreading across the horizon, only stars, thousands upon thousands of them, sharp enough to feel close, bright enough to cast pale shadows over the grass. And for a strange, sleepy second, you almost forget what century you belong to, because out here, surrounded by endless prairie and low orange firelight, the modern world feels impossibly far away. You are entering a place where days are measured by weather, by cattle movement, by the condition of your horse's hooves, by whether coffee can still be boiled before sunrise. The wind moves gently through the tall grass around camp. Somewhere beside the chuck wagon, a cowboy coughs awake. And just like that, another day begins. If you are listening tonight from a warm apartment, or beneath heavy blankets while rain taps softly against your window somewhere in Tokyo, Chicago, Sydney, or London, you might find it difficult to imagine how enormous this land once felt. So, before you settle deeper into the story, take a quiet moment to leave behind the modern world entirely. And if you enjoy these slow journeys into the past, you can always subscribe and leave a comment sharing where you are listening from tonight. There is something oddly comforting about knowing sleepy history lovers are scattered all across the earth right now, half dreaming together. But for now, you are here. The American West, 1870s, and morning arrives early for cowboys. Very early. You push yourself upright from the bedroll, stiff from sleeping on frozen ground. Your back aches immediately. Cowboys in popular films somehow leap gracefully from sleep, looking heroic and freshly shaved. Real cowboys usually wake looking like men who have been kicked repeatedly by history itself. Your clothes smell permanently of smoke, sweat, dust, horses, and old rainwater. You slept in most of them. There is no reason not to. Undressing in near-freezing darkness only means suffering twice. The fire has nearly collapsed into glowing red embers, though the camp cook is already awake. Trail cooks often rise before everyone else, and many cowboys quietly consider them the most important people on the entire cattle drive. A bad cowboy is unfortunate. A bad cook is catastrophic. You hear pans clatter softly from the chuck wagon. Coffee is coming. That alone makes life worth continuing. You stand slowly, boots crunching against dry earth. The plains stretch outward in every direction, faintly silver beneath early dawn. In the distance, the cattle herd appears less like animals and more like a low, moving shadow spread across the grasslands. The herd never truly sleeps all at once. That fact keeps everyone uneasy. One loud sound, one lightning strike, one frightened steer. Sometimes that is enough to trigger disaster. Historians still debate exactly how many cattle died during major stampedes on the great drives north toward Kansas rail towns. Some old trail accounts claim thousands vanished overnight into ravines or rivers. Others likely exaggerated after years of storytelling inside saloons thick with cigar smoke and whiskey fumes. Cowboys were workers, certainly, but they were also performers in their own way. The West loved stories almost as much as survival. Still, the danger was real enough. You walk toward the fire, rubbing your hands together. The cook barely glances at you while pouring thick black coffee into a metal cup. Cowboys drank astonishing amounts of coffee, sometimes boiled so strong it reportedly stripped seasoning from cheap tin cups. Whether that story is true remains questionable, though honestly, after sleeping outdoors in prairie wind, you would probably drink motor oil if it were hot enough. You hold the steaming cup carefully. Warmth spreads slowly through your fingers. For a few precious seconds, life improves dramatically. Around camp, more figures emerge from blankets and shadows, hats pulled low, faces rough with stubble, boots scuffing dirt quietly. Nobody speaks much yet. Conversation before sunrise requires energy few people possess. Besides, cowboys in the 1870s were often exhausted. This surprises modern audiences sometimes. Popular mythology transformed cowboys into symbols of endless freedom and adventure, but the reality involved extraordinary amounts of repetitive labor. Riding for 10 or 12 hours daily, sleeping outdoors through storms, repairing tack, watching cattle constantly, eating nearly identical meals every day. And despite all the legends surrounding them, most cowboys earned relatively low wages. Around $30 to $40 per month was common. Less if the ranch owner was dishonest, which happened often. You sip coffee while the eastern horizon slowly brightens into pale gray. The grasslands begin revealing themselves piece by piece. Sparse shrubs, wagon tracks, bedrolls scattered around camp, horses standing motionless in morning cold. One horse watches you carefully. Cowboys depended on horses completely, though relationships between riders and mounts varied enormously. Some men treated horses gently and spoke to them like old friends. Others viewed them as tools to be used hard and replaced quickly. But experienced cowboys understood something important. A good horse could save your life, especially at night, especially during storms, especially when cattle panicked. The cook hands you breakfast without ceremony. Beans, biscuits, salt pork slick with grease. Trail food rarely inspired poetry, yet hunger transforms almost anything into luxury. You eat sitting near the fire while dawn slowly spills across the plains in dusty shades of gold. Somewhere nearby, another cowboy softly hums to himself while checking saddle straps. The tune drifts lazily through camp, half song, half memory. You notice how young some of the men look? That part rarely appears in old Western films either. Many cowboys were still teenagers. Some had fought in the Civil War only a few years earlier. Others were formerly enslaved men seeking work after emancipation. Historians estimate roughly 1 in 4 cowboys may have been black, though later Hollywood stories largely erased them from popular memory. Mexican vaqueros also shaped cowboy culture profoundly, introducing techniques, vocabulary, saddles, rope skills, and riding traditions long before Anglo ranchers dominated the cattle industry. Even the word rodeo comes from Spanish origins. The West was never as simple as later myths pretended. The sun finally breaks above the horizon, and suddenly the prairie changes completely. Golden light floods the grasslands. Frost glitters briefly before disappearing. Horses snort clouds of steam into cold morning air. Shadows stretch endlessly across the plains. Beautiful, lonely, almost frightening in its scale. You finish the last of your coffee slowly. Soon the herd will move again. Another long day crossing rivers. Dust, storms, engines, heat, exhaustion, and silence. Another day, indeed, a world where survival depends on routine so constant it almost becomes hypnotic. But for now, there is only the sunrise, and the strange feeling that you have stepped fully into another century. The smell reaches you before the food does. Wood smoke, burnt bacon grease, wet coffee grounds boiling inside a blackened pot that looks older than half the men on the trail. Morning on a cattle drive has its own scent entirely, and after enough weeks outdoors, your mind begins measuring time through smell rather than clocks. You sit near the chuck wagon, rubbing sleep from your eyes, while the prairie slowly warms beneath the rising sun. The cold from earlier lingers stubbornly in your boots. Dew clings to the grass. Somewhere beyond camp, cattle shuffle and snort impatiently, already restless for movement. The cook stands over the fire like an irritated king defending his kingdom. Trail cooks developed fearsome reputations across the West. Some were cheerful storytellers. Others guarded their kitchens with the emotional warmth of prison wardens. Either way, cowboys understood an important truth. Never insult the man controlling the coffee supply. That could become your final mistake. You hold out a dented tin plate while breakfast lands onto it with alarming force. Beans again, biscuits again, salt pork again. Cowboy cuisine in the 1870s was not famous for variety. Fresh vegetables rarely lasted long on the trail. Milk spoiled quickly. Eggs broke. Fruit disappeared almost immediately by the second or third week of a drive. Meals became an endless rotation of preserved foods sturdy enough to survive heat, dust, rainstorms, and wagon travel. And honestly, even the biscuits sometimes seemed emotionally exhausted. You bite carefully into one anyway, hard as stone, dry enough to remove moisture from your entire soul, yet strangely comforting. That contradiction appears constantly in cowboy life. Conditions are miserable, but routine itself becomes reassuring. Wake before dawn, drink coffee, saddle horses, move cattle, eat beans, sleep beneath stars. Repeat until Kansas appears somewhere on the horizon. Humans can adapt to nearly anything eventually, even biscuits capable of surviving artillery fire. You glance toward the chuck wagon itself, the true heart of camp life. Historians sometimes call it the cowboy kitchen on wheels, though that description feels too gentle for the amount of labor involved. The wagon carries food barrels, cooking tools, bedrolls, medical supplies, and personal items packed tightly together beneath layers of dust and grease. Charles Goodnight is usually credited with inventing the chuck wagon shortly after the Civil War. Scholars generally agree on this, though some debate remains over how original the design truly was. Frontier transportation constantly borrowed ideas from military supply wagons, freight haulers, and older Mexican travel methods. Either way, cowboys quickly realized the wagon mattered almost more than the cattle. Without it, the entire drive collapsed. The cook pours more coffee beside you. It sloshes darkly into your cup like muddy river water. Perfect. Some cowboys reportedly drank more than 40 cups daily during long drives. That number may be exaggerated. Then again, after sleeping 4 hours on frozen ground, while guarding nervous cattle through thunderstorms? Perhaps not. The caffeine helps, certainly, but coffee also creates rhythm. A brief pause, a moment of warmth before another endless ride. You watch men eating nearby in near silence. One carefully repairs a torn glove while chewing. Another rubs liniment onto his sore knee. A younger cowboy struggles awake completely, staring blankly into the fire with the expression of a man reconsidering every decision that brought him westward. And honestly, fair enough. Cowboy life attracted dreamers from across America and beyond. Young men arrived imagining adventure, freedom, perhaps even wealth someday. Dime novels and newspaper stories painted the frontier as a land where brave riders became legends beneath wide western skies. Reality usually involved blisters and constipation. Nobody mentions that part in heroic ballads. Trail diets caused terrible digestive problems. Constant beans, salted meat, coffee, and lack of fresh produce left many cowboys permanently uncomfortable. Scurvy occasionally appeared on especially long drives. Teeth worsened, stomachs rebelled. Some men reportedly carried dried apples or onions like precious treasures simply to break the monotony. You suddenly understand why. A cowboy beside you unwraps something carefully from cloth. An actual peach? The entire camp notices immediately. Several men stare at him with visible envy, bordering on spiritual desperation. He grins proudly before taking a slow, dramatic bite. Out here, fresh fruit becomes almost mythical. The sun climbs higher now, warming the prairie in soft gold layers. Horses wait nearby, already saddled, tails flicking lazily against flies. The herd stretches across the plains beyond camp, huge and restless. Soon movement will begin again, but mornings possess their own slower rhythm first. One cowboy quietly sharpens a pocket knife against stone. Another oils his saddle leather carefully. Gear maintenance never truly ends. Dust destroys everything eventually. Saddles crack, boots split open, harness straps weaken. A cowboy, ignoring equipment repairs, is essentially negotiating with future disaster. And future disaster always accepts the invitation. You finish breakfast while listening to low conversation drifting around camp. News travels strangely in the Old West, weeks late sometimes, distorted by rumors. One cowboy mentions railroad expansion farther north. Another swears he heard about gold discoveries in distant territory. A third insists Billy the Kid escaped death again somewhere in New Mexico. Maybe true, maybe not. Stories spread across the frontier faster than facts ever could. That uncertainty shaped Western life deeply. People often knew more about legends than reality. Some historians argue this constant blending of truth and exaggeration helped create the mythology of the American West almost immediately while it was still happening. Cowboys themselves contributed enthusiastically. After all, real life sounds better with embellishment. A cowboy saying, "I spent 14 hours slowly moving stubborn cattle through rain," does not impress saloon audiences nearly as much as, "I survived a deadly stampede beneath lightning while outlaws watched from the hills." Technically, both stories might describe the same afternoon. The cook suddenly claps his hands sharply. Time to move. Immediately, the camp changes character. Men rise, tin plates vanish, coffee disappears in final hurried swallows. Horses are checked again, bedrolls tied tight, small morning routines repeated with practiced efficiency. You stand slowly, muscles protesting, already tired before the day fully begins. That feeling will become familiar. A horse nudges your shoulder impatiently as you approach with saddle blanket in hand. Its breath smells earthy and warm in the cool morning air. You run your palm along its neck briefly. Animals understand more than people assume sometimes, especially tired animals, especially tired people. Around you, the plains stretch outward beneath brightening skies, so enormous they almost feel unreal. No highways, no telephone poles, only grasslands rolling endlessly beneath sunlight. Beautiful enough to make your chest ache slightly. Harsh enough to kill you if routine fails. You tighten the saddle straps carefully while the herd begins shifting in the distance. Another day starts moving forward, and there is no stopping once the cattle begin. Leather always feels colder before sunrise. You notice this while standing beside your horse in pale morning light, fingers stiff from sleep as you pull the heavy saddle blanket into place. The prairie wind has sharpened overnight, and every metal buckle bites against your skin like ice. Around you, the camp is already dissolving. Bedrolls disappear into wagons. Coffee cups are kicked clean against boots. The cook mutters at someone for misplacing a frying pan. Horses stamp impatiently in the dirt, while thin streams of steam drift from their nostrils into the cold air. Nobody moves quickly exactly, but everybody moves constantly. That is the rhythm of cowboy life. Endless motion without urgency. If a cattle drive lasted 2 or 3 months, men learned early that panic only exhausted you faster. You lift the saddle carefully. It feels absurdly heavy this early in the morning. Western saddles in the 1870s were designed for labor, not elegance. Thick leather, large horns for rope work, heavy wooden frames underneath. Vaqueros from Mexico and the American Southwest influenced nearly every part of cowboy riding culture, though later popular mythology often quietly ignored those origins. Even the word lasso comes from Spanish traditions. Cowboys borrowed constantly from older cultures while pretending they invented everything themselves. Humanity has always enjoyed doing that. You swing the saddle onto the horse's back. The animal immediately turns its head to glare at you with visible annoyance. Fair criticism, honestly. Neither of you wants to be awake. You begin tightening the cinch strap beneath the horse's belly, while trying not to think about how many hours of riding still lie ahead. The horse shifts sideways slightly. One ear flicks backward. Experienced cowboys learn to pay attention to ears. Horses communicate moods with astonishing clarity if humans bother noticing. Nervous horses twitch constantly. Angry horses pin ears flat. Calm horses relax into stillness. This horse feels patient, which matters, because cowboy survival often depends less on personal bravery and more on whether your horse decides to cooperate during chaos. And chaos arrives frequently out here. A nearby cowboy suddenly curses softly. His horse has stepped sideways directly onto his foot. Nobody laughs at first. Then somebody snorts. Then the entire camp starts grinning into coffee cups. Cowboys, in popular imagination, appear endlessly stoic and dramatic. Real cowboys complained constantly about weather, about horses, about food, about trail bosses, about insects, about saddle sores, about every possible discomfort the human body could invent, which, to be fair, was quite a long list. You finally secure the saddle tightly enough and begin checking the rest of the tack. Bridle straps, bit placement, rope coil, bedroll ties, Tiny routines repeated every morning until they become automatic. Because forgotten details become dangerous details. A loose strap can throw a rider. A cracked stirrup leather can snap miles from camp. One missing water canteen can become catastrophic beneath summer heat. The West punishes carelessness patiently and without emotion. The sun rises slowly higher now, spilling gold across the grasslands. In daylight, the prairie appears almost endless. Waves of dry grass ripple beneath wind like an enormous inland ocean. Here and there, small clusters of wildflower break the brown landscape unexpectedly. Purple, yellow, white. Beautiful little accidents surviving in harsh country. You pause briefly watching sunlight spread over the plains, and for a moment, despite exhaustion and cold, and the smell of cattle already drifting through camp, you understand why people became obsessed with the West. Not because it was easy, because it felt enormous. Modern life surrounds people constantly with walls, schedules, noise, instructions. Out here, the horizon itself becomes the dominant feature of existence. Open sky stretches so far in every direction that your own thoughts begin feeling strangely smaller beneath it. Some cowboys loved that feeling deeply. Others became lonely enough to talk to horses for companionship. And honestly, both reactions make sense. You mount carefully into the saddle, muscles already protesting. Almost immediately, you feel yesterday's ride returning to your body. Sore knees, tight shoulders, lower back stiffness settling into place again like an unwelcome old friend. Cowboys rode extraordinary distances over time. Estimates vary depending on routes and conditions, but cattle drives from Texas toward Kansas railheads could cover hundreds of miles across difficult terrain. Some historians caution against exaggerating daily mileage. However, old Western stories often claimed dramatic distances that modern researchers suspect were impossible given cattle behavior and terrain realities. Cattle are not efficient travelers. They stop constantly. They wander. They panic. They become distracted by absolutely everything. In this way, they resemble tourists at large museums. The herd begins moving slowly now, beyond camp, spreading across the plains in long and even waves. Dust rises almost immediately beneath thousands of hooves. Cowboys ride outward into position automatically, each man knowing his general role without needing instruction. Routine again, always routine. Trail drives depended heavily on predictable structure. Point riders guided the front. Swing riders controlled the sides. Others followed behind, pushing stragglers forward. Night guards rotated in shifts after sunset. Break routine and cattle became nervous. Nervous cattle became dangerous. You guide your horse forward through tall grass wet with dew. The saddle creaks rhythmically beneath you. Somewhere nearby, another rider yawns loudly enough to startle birds from the grass. Nobody slept enough. That was another constant truth. Night guards interrupted rest. Storms interrupted rest. Stampede fears interrupted rest. Insects interrupted rest. Occasionally, cattle simply decided darkness was an appropriate moment for emotional collapse. One old cowboy reportedly claimed cows possessed the souls of nervous librarians, oddly accurate somehow. The prairie wind strengthens as morning fully arrives. Dust drifts slowly across the moving herd, while sunlight flashes against horns and shifting animal backs. The sound becomes strangely hypnotic. Hooves thudding softly, leather creaking, Men murmuring to horses, thousands of cattle breathing together beneath open sky. You settle deeper into the saddle. Hours stretch ahead now. Long, quiet hours crossing grasslands beneath heat and wind and endless horizon lines. And despite the exhaustion already settling into your bones, part of you feels the strange calm cowboys rarely admitted aloud. Because once the herd starts moving, the outside world disappears completely. No cities, no clocks, no future beyond the next river crossing. Only sky, cattle, dust, and the steady rhythm of riding westward through another century. By late morning, the prairie begins to feel endless in a way that quietly unsettles you. Not dramatic endlessness, not towering mountains or violent storms or anything grand enough for paintings, just distance, grass stretching outward beneath pale blue sky for mile after mile after mile, until your sense of direction starts dissolving slightly inside the repetition. You ride slowly beside the herd, while dust drifts upward around the cattle in soft brown clouds. The sun climbs steadily higher. Sweat gathers beneath your shirt, despite the cool start earlier that morning. Flies already circle the horses relentlessly. And this is the part nobody writes songs about: the boredom. Cowboy life in popular imagination became filled with gunfights, saloons, stampedes, outlaw chases, dramatic sunsets. Real cattle drives involved extraordinary stretches of monotony, broken occasionally by terror. Mostly monotony. You shift uncomfortably in the saddle again. Every cowboy develops a complicated relationship with saddles over time. At first, they seem solid and dependable. After several weeks riding 10 hours daily, they begin feeling more like carefully engineered medieval punishment devices. Your legs ache constantly now. The horse beneath you probably feels equally unimpressed. Around the herd, riders maintain loose positions while cattle move slowly northward through the grasslands. Nobody rushes them. Fast movement only exhausts the animals and risks chaos later. Trail bosses understood that patience mattered more than speed. Cattle, unfortunately, did not share that understanding. One steer suddenly wanders sideways for no apparent reason. Another follows, then 3 more. Immediately a cowboy rides over, muttering beneath his breath, while guiding them gently back toward the herd. Tiny corrections happen endlessly throughout the day. Small movements preventing larger disasters later. You begin realizing something strange about cowboy work. It is less like adventure, more like maintenance. Maintaining movement, maintaining calm, maintaining order beneath enormous skies where everything constantly tries drifting apart. The prairie wind brushes steadily against your face, while grass ripples outward in long silver-green waves. Occasionally you spot antelope darting through the distance with astonishing speed. Birds rise suddenly from hidden patches of brush as the herd approaches. And every so often, the silence becomes so complete that you can hear saddle leather creaking hundreds of feet away. That silence affects people. Some cowboys found peace inside it. Others slowly unraveled. Historians studying frontier journals sometimes note how isolated Western workers describe the landscape almost spiritually after long periods outdoors. The sheer scale of the plains altered perception itself. Time slowed strangely. Days blended together. Thoughts wandered into unusual directions. Modern people rarely experience true silence anymore. Out here, silence becomes another living presence beside you. You remove your hat briefly to wipe sweat from your forehead. The heat now builds steadily across the plains, and the smell of cattle thickens beneath the sunlight. Dust clings to your clothes, dust settles into your hair, dust somehow enters places dust should never reasonably reach. Cowboys inhaled astonishing amounts of dirt daily. Some later developed breathing problems historians now suspect came partly from constant exposure to trail dust, campfire smoke, and harsh weather conditions. Of course, 19th century medicine explained almost everything using words like vapors, humors, or unfortunate constitutional weakness. Medical science still had some catching up to do. A rider drifts closer beside you. Older man, gray beginning to spread through his beard. He spits thoughtfully into the grass before speaking. Quiet today. You nod. That is enough conversation for now. Cowboys often spent hours speaking only a handful of words to each other, not from hostility exactly, more from exhaustion. Wind swallowed voices anyway, and after enough weeks on the trail, silence simply felt natural. Besides, everybody conserved energy. Talking enthusiastically beneath summer heat while riding all day quickly starts feeling unnecessary. The older cowboy points toward distant clouds, forming low on the horizon. Rain later, perhaps. Hard to tell. Weather prediction on the plains mixed practical experience with outright superstition. Some cowboys trusted cloud shapes. Others watched bird movement. A few swore horses sensed storms before humans could. Scientific explanations existed for some observations, certainly, though frontier workers often blended evidence with folklore freely. Honestly, modern weather apps fail constantly too, so perhaps humanity has not progressed quite as much as advertised. The rider moves away again without another word. You continue forward beside the herd while noon approaches slowly. And slowly becomes the important word. Cattle drives moved at stubborn animal pace, roughly 10 to 15 miles daily, under good conditions according to many historical estimates, though exact numbers remain debated. Old trail memoirs often exaggerated distances dramatically, especially when former cowboys later discovered publishers preferred exciting stories over realistic livestock management details. Strange. The publishing industry would never do such a thing today. You glance across the moving herd again. Thousands of longhorn cattle spread unevenly through the prairie grass, horns catching sunlight sharply. Texas longhorns were remarkably tough animals adapted for difficult conditions, though their appearance unsettled many eastern observers unfamiliar with such enormous horns. Some accounts claimed certain longhorn spreads reached 7 feet wide. Researchers believe those measurements occasionally became exaggerated through storytelling, though impressive specimens absolutely existed. Either way, standing too close during panic remained a terrible idea. The sun reaches its highest point overhead now. Heat shimmers faintly across the plains. Your shirt sticks damply against your back. The horse beneath you breathes steadily, ears twitching toward insects constantly. Everything feels slower under afternoon heat. Even thought itself. You begin understanding why cowboys developed such deep attachment to tiny comforts. Shade beneath rare trees, cold water from clean streams, dry socks, fresh coffee, a horse with calm temperament. Small mercies become enormous luxuries out here, somewhere near the center of the herd. A cowboy starts singing softly. The melody drifts through the warm air almost lazily. Trail songs served practical purposes sometimes. Night riders sang to calm cattle in darkness. Rhythmic, familiar sounds reduced panic, yet songs also eased loneliness for the riders themselves. Music filled empty space between thoughts. You listen quietly while the prairie stretches endlessly around you beneath bright western sky. Hours pass this way. Dust, heat, grass, hooves, silence. And slowly, almost without noticing, you begin settling into the strange, hypnotic rhythm of cowboy life itself. By afternoon, the cattle no longer look like individual animals. They become movement itself, a long drifting current of horns, backs, tails, dust, and sound spreading across the prairie beneath the crushing weight of the western sun. From a distance, the herd resembles some enormous living river flowing northward through grasslands that seem too large for human beings to ever fully understand. You ride along the outer edge, watching carefully for signs of trouble, and trouble usually begins small. One nervous steer, one sudden noise, one horse stumbling unexpectedly. Experienced cowboys learn to notice tiny changes before disaster fully arrived. A restless herd carried a different energy than a calm one. Animals bunched too tightly. Heads lifted suddenly. Movement became sharper, more uncertain. Cattle possessed an extraordinary talent for collective anxiety. Modern researchers studying herd behavior still note how fear spreads rapidly among large groups of animals. Cowboys understood this through exhausting first-hand experience long before scientific terminology arrived to explain it. You adjust your hat against the sunlight while sweat drips slowly down your neck. Dust coats your sleeves completely now. Your lips taste faintly of dirt and stale coffee. Welcome to the glamorous romance of the Old West. The trail stretches endlessly ahead. Beside you, another rider swings a rope absently while scanning the herd. His face appears almost hidden beneath layers of sunburn and dust. Cowboys aged quickly outdoors. Constant exposure to wind, heat, cold, and sunlight carved deep lines into faces long before old age properly arrived. Photographs from the 1870s sometimes surprise modern viewers for this reason. Men in their late 20s occasionally looked 50. The frontier had very little interest in moisturizing routines. You hear shouting suddenly farther ahead. Not panic, just movement. A few cattle have drifted toward a shallow ravine where the ground drops unevenly beneath tall grass. Immediately, several riders move into position, guiding the animals back carefully before confusion spreads through the herd. Everything depends on prevention. Once cattle panic, control becomes almost impossible. You nudge your horse forward through thicker dust now, while the afternoon heat intensifies. The animal beneath you moves steadily with the tired patience of a creature who understands this routine far better than humans do. Trail horses worked incredibly hard during cattle drives. Cowboys might switch mounts throughout the day if spare horses were available, especially on larger drives. Some ranches maintained remudas, groups of extra horses managed by wranglers who handled replacements. A good wrangler became deeply valuable. A bad wrangler became memorable for entirely different reasons. One young cowboy nearby keeps struggling with his horse, which refuses to maintain direction for longer than 30 seconds. The older riders watch with quiet amusement while pretending not to notice. Nobody wants to embarrass him openly, but secretly, this is excellent entertainment. Cowboy culture valued competence almost above everything else. Riding poorly, mishandling ropes, failing basic trail tasks, These things followed a man socially for weeks. Out here, reputation traveled faster than telegraphs. The young rider finally loses his temper slightly and jerks the reins too hard. The horse responds by stopping completely. You almost admire the stubbornness. Some frontier horses developed personalities strong enough to deserve political office. The herd continues northward slowly beneath shimmering sunlight. Prairie grasses brush against your boots as insects buzz endlessly through the hot air. Somewhere in the distance, thunder murmurs faintly, though the sky overhead remains clear for now. Storms on the plains could appear frighteningly fast. You glance toward the chuck wagon moving behind the herd in slow, rolling rhythm. Dust trails behind its wheels. Supplies rattle constantly inside. The cook sits perched high beside the driver like a grumpy sea captain navigating an ocean made entirely of cattle manure, which, in fairness, is not entirely inaccurate. You suddenly understand why some historians compare cattle drives to moving temporary societies. Every person carried a role necessary for survival. Trail boss, cook, wrangler, point rider, swing rider, each depended on the others completely. Even solitude out here required cooperation. A strange contradiction. The cowboy myth later focused heavily on rugged independence, lone riders crossing empty landscapes with nobody to answer to. Yet real cattle drives demanded teamwork constantly. One careless rider could endanger everyone. That reality rarely fit romantic storytelling. Then again, reality seldom cooperates with mythology. You pull your canteen free and drink carefully. The water tastes warm already, slightly metallic, still wonderful. Hydration mattered enormously on the trail. Heat stroke, though not always understood medically at the time, posed serious danger during summer drives. Cowboys often described men becoming dizzy, confused, weak, or strangely emotional after long days beneath relentless sun. Though honestly, exhaustion and emotional instability also describe most modern office environments. Perhaps humanity simply enjoys suffering in different costumes. The afternoon drags onward. Hours blur together beneath heat and dust until time itself feels softened around the edges. Your body settles into automatic motion. Adjust reins, watch herd, scan horizon, sip water, shift sore muscles, repeat endlessly. This hypnotic repetition affected cowboys deeply. Some later recalled cattle drives almost dreamlike in memory, days blending into one another beneath huge skies and constant movement. Certain details remained sharp forever, though. Lightning storms, river crossings, stampedes. Moments of terror burned clearly into the mind precisely because ordinary days felt so repetitive. And perhaps that is true of many lives, not only cowboy ones. A sudden loud crack interrupts your thoughts. One steer has broken through a patch of dry brush nearby. Immediately several cattle startle sideways. Every rider near the movement reacts at once. You feel the energy change instantly. Horses tense. Voices sharpen. Dust rises harder beneath shifting hooves. For one dangerous moment, the entire herd seems uncertain whether to explode into panic. Then slowly the movement settles again. The crisis passes. Barely. Nobody speaks afterward for several seconds. Cowboys understood how quickly ordinary afternoons transformed into catastrophe. One moment, boredom. The next, absolute chaos beneath thunder, darkness, and thousands of terrified animals. You exhale slowly, while your horse relaxes beneath you again. The prairie stretches endlessly ahead beneath lowering afternoon sun, and the cattle keep moving north, always north. The storm appears first as a bruise along the horizon, dark purple clouds gathering low in the west, while late afternoon sunlight still burns warmly across the prairie grass around you. For a while, the contrast feels almost beautiful. Golden plains beneath peaceful sky on one side, distant darkness swallowing the earth on the other. Then the wind changes. Every cowboy notices immediately. The air cools sharply against your skin, carrying that strange metallic smell storms often bring before rain arrives. Horses lift their heads uneasily. Several cattle begin shifting closer together without obvious reason. Animals sense things early sometimes, or perhaps humans simply notice danger too late. You watch the clouds carefully while the trail boss rides forward along the herd. Nobody panics yet. Storms are ordinary parts of life on the plains, but ordinary does not mean harmless, especially out here. Especially with cattle. Thunderstorms in the American West during the 1870s could become astonishingly violent. Travelers described lightning so constant it turned midnight bright as noon, winds strong enough to flip wagons, hailstones larger than eggs, sudden floods racing through dry riverbeds with almost no warning. Modern meteorologists understand these systems far better today. Though honestly, even now, people still stare out windows, saying things like, "Well, that looks bad." Some traditions survive every century. The older cowboy from earlier drifts beside you again. "Storm's building fast," he mutters. You nod while studying the horizon. The clouds now tower upward enormously, thick and black beneath flashing streaks of distant lightning. Rain curtains hang beneath them like gray walls stretching across the plains. Beautiful from far away, terrifying up close. The cattle feel the tension spreading through the air. Their movement grows less steady. Heads rise more often. Low, anxious sounds ripple through the herd like uneasy conversation. Cowboys feared storms for many reasons, but mostly because storms frightened cattle, and frightened cattle frightened cowboys. A lightning strike near a nervous herd could trigger catastrophic stampedes capable of killing men, horses, and hundreds of animals within minutes. Some historical accounts described riders vanishing completely beneath pounding hooves during nighttime chaos. Certain stories likely became exaggerated over time, certainly, but nobody doubted the underlying danger. You tighten your grip on the reins slightly. The wind strengthens again. Dust suddenly lifts from the plains in twisting streams around the herd, while distant thunder rolls closer across the grasslands. Your horse tosses its head uneasily beneath you. Sweat darkens its neck despite the cooling air. The trail boss begins shouting instructions now. Spread wider. Keep the herd calm. Watch for bunching. Immediately, riders move outward into position with practiced urgency. Not panic, never panic. Cowboys understood that their own fear traveled directly into the herd through movement, voice, and horse behavior. Calm men helped create calmer cattle, at least theoretically. You ride closer along the edge of the moving animals while the first cold drops of rain strike the dust around you. Large, heavy drops, slow at first. Then more. The prairie smell changes instantly. Rain on dry grass, mud beginning to form beneath thousands of hooves. Lightning flashes across the horizon again, closer now, illuminating the entire herd in white light for one surreal second. Horns gleam sharply, horses rear slightly, shadows jump across the plains. Then darkness returns. Thunder crashes almost immediately afterward, closer than you wanted. A few cattle break sideways nervously. Another rider moves quickly to block them, his horse splashing through wet grass while rain intensifies around the herd. Hats pull lower. Slickers appear from saddlebags where available, though many cowboys simply accepted being soaked eventually. Waterproof clothing in the frontier era existed mostly in the realm of optimism. The storm reaches you fully within minutes. Rain slams across the plains in hard, cold sheets, driven sideways by violent wind. Visibility shrinks dramatically. Dust transforms instantly into thick mud beneath the moving herd. Thunder cracks overhead so loudly you feel it inside your ribs. And still the cattle keep moving, slowly, uneasily. You wipe rainwater from your eyes while trying to watch both your horse and the shifting herd simultaneously. Lightning flashes again somewhere frighteningly close. Several animals jerk sideways at once. The energy changes immediately. You feel it before fully seeing it. Nervous motion spreading outward through the cattle. Heads rising. Bodies pressing tighter together. Sound building beneath the storm. Cowboys often described sensing stampedes almost physically, like pressure gathering in the air before an explosion. Historians debate whether these descriptions became romanticized later, but riders consistently reported recognizing warning signs instinctively after enough experience. And right now, every instinct in your body feels alert. The older cowboy suddenly points toward the northern edge of the herd. A steer is running. Another follows. Then three more. For one terrible moment, the entire mass of cattle seems ready to erupt. Riders immediately begin shouting softly while circling outward. Not screaming, never screaming, loud, sharp sounds could worsen panic instantly. Instead, cowboys used calm voices, songs, steady movement, anything to reduce fear before chaos spread fully. You guide your horse carefully beside the restless animals while rain lashes against your face hard enough to sting. Mud splashes upward around pounding hooves. Lightning flashes continuously now, turning the storm into strange flickering daylight. A rider nearby begins singing, softly at first, almost absurd beneath the thunder. Yet the sound carries strangely well through the storm. Low, rhythmic melody drifting across nervous cattle. Another cowboy joins him farther away, then another. Trail songs, simple repetitive tunes meant to soothe frightened animals through darkness and noise. Whether cattle truly felt comforted by singing remains scientifically uncertain, but cowboys certainly needed something to steady their own nerves. The herd begins settling slightly, not calm exactly, but manageable. For now, you exhale slowly while rain pours from the brim of your hat. Your clothes cling cold against your skin. The prairie around you has vanished almost completely beneath storm and darkness. Only lightning reveals the world now. Lightning, thunder, mud, cattle, and riders moving carefully through chaos beneath enormous western skies. Night settles slowly after the storm, though darkness on the prairie never feels completely still. The rain finally weakens into scattered drops, leaving the plains soaked and shining faintly beneath rising moonlight. Wet grass brushes against your horse's legs, while puddles reflect pale silver patches of sky. Somewhere far behind the herd, thunder still mutters along the horizon like an exhausted giant refusing to fully leave. The cattle remain restless. You can hear it in their breathing. Low, uneasy sounds drift through the darkness, while the herd bunches tighter together than usual after the storm. Lightning unsettled them badly. Wet ground unsettles them further. Cattle dislike uncertainty almost as much as humans do, which means tonight will be difficult. You pull your coat tighter against the cold, damp air while your horse steps carefully through mud beside the herd. Camp has quieted behind you now. Most of the men not assigned to guard duty are already wrapped inside blankets near fading fires, trying desperately to recover a few hours of sleep before dawn arrives again. But you remain awake, because tonight you ride guard. Night guard duty ranked among the most exhausting parts of cowboy life. Riders took shifts circling slowly around the herd for hours at a time, watching for signs of panic or movement. Storms increased the danger enormously. Nervous cattle could stampede suddenly in darkness, especially if startled by thunder, wolves, coyotes, gunshots, or sometimes reasons nobody ever fully understood. Several old trail journals describe stampedes beginning because of fluttering blankets, or rabbits, or one particularly unfortunate owl. Thousands of cattle apparently possess the emotional stability of startled soup. You guide your horse into slow, steady circles around the outer edge of the herd. The animal beneath you moves carefully, ears twitching constantly toward shifting sounds in the dark. Horses on night guard often sensed trouble before riders did. A good horse at night became priceless. Moonlight spread softly across the prairie, now that clouds have begun breaking apart overhead. The wet grass glimmers silver beneath the sky. Steam rises faintly from the cattle after the storm, drifting upward like ghostly fog. Beautiful, lonely enough to ache slightly. The herd stretches outward through darkness in enormous shadowy shapes. Thousands of animals packed together, breathing slowly beneath the stars. Occasionally, horns catch moonlight sharply before disappearing again into shadow. You begin humming softly, not because you particularly want to sing, because that is part of the job. Cowboys sang to cattle constantly during night watches. Slow, repetitive melodies helped calm the herd, while reassuring the animals that familiar human presence remained nearby. Historians still debate whether cattle truly responded to music itself or simply reacted to steady, predictable sound. Either way, generations of cowboys believed singing mattered deeply. So you sing quietly, half asleep already. The songs themselves varied enormously. Old folk tunes, Civil War melodies, church hymns, improvised nonsense lyrics invented from exhaustion. Some riders reportedly sang directly to individual cattle as though speaking to anxious children. And honestly, after enough sleepless nights outdoors, that probably starts feeling perfectly reasonable. Your voice drifts softly across the wet prairie. The horse beneath you relaxes slightly. So do you. Night riding creates strange moods in people. The darkness shrinks the world down to immediate sounds and movement. You stop thinking about distant towns or future plans. Life becomes entirely present tense. Hooves in mud, cold wind on your face, saddle creaking rhythmically beneath you. Existence reduced to essentials. A coyote calls somewhere beyond the herd. Several cattle lift their heads instantly. You continue singing. Slow circles, slow breathing, slow hours passing beneath moonlight. Cowboys often struggled badly with sleep deprivation during long drives. Rotating night shifts interrupted rest constantly, and exhaustion accumulated week after week until men began making mistakes. Some trail accounts describe riders briefly falling asleep in the saddle during quiet watches. A horrifying idea, yet understandable. The human body eventually collects its debt. You glance toward another guard rider dimly visible across the herd. His silhouette moves slowly against the pale grasslands, while his own voice carries faintly through the darkness. Two isolated men singing softly to nervous cattle beneath endless western sky. History contains stranger images, certainly. The cold deepens after midnight. Your damp clothes no longer feel merely uncomfortable. Now they feel personal, deliberately hostile. The prairie wind slips through every layer, no matter how tightly you pull your coat closed. Some cowboys suffered terribly during cold, wet nights because quality winter clothing remained expensive. Wealthier ranches provided better equipment occasionally, but many trail workers purchased gear themselves from already modest wages. A torn coat might simply remain torn until spring or forever. Your horse suddenly stops moving. Instantly alert, its ears point forward into darkness. You stop singing immediately. The prairie becomes silent, except for cattle breathing. Then you hear it. Hooves. Fast. A loose horse emerges from darkness near the far side of the herd, riderless and splattered with mud. Several cattle jerk nervously sideways at the sudden movement. Your heart tightens instantly. Another guard rider appears moments later chasing after it while muttering curses loud enough to carry through the night air. Apparently, his horse decided independence sounded preferable to employment. A few cattle begin bunching nervously again. You resume singing immediately. Soft, steady rhythm. Nothing alarming here. Certainly not enough reason for thousands of emotionally fragile animals to destroy everyone's lives tonight. The other rider finally catches the runaway horse. After several muddy, humiliating minutes, you hear distant laughter drifting faintly from somewhere near camp. Good. Laughter helps. Cowboys depended heavily on humor because the alternative involved staring into darkness, wondering whether exhaustion, storms, injury, or loneliness might eventually wear you down completely. Frontier life punished melancholy harshly. The night stretches onward slowly after that. Clouds drift apart entirely now, revealing huge fields of stars overhead. The storm feels far away at last. The herd settles deeper into quiet breathing and occasional shifting movement. You continue circling beside them beneath moonlight, cold, tired, half dreaming already. And somewhere, during those endless quiet circles through wet silver grass, you begin understanding why old cowboys later remembered the night skies most clearly of all. Not the gunfights, not the saloons, not the legends, just the stars above sleeping cattle, while lonely songs drifted softly through the dark. The night feels wrong long before the stampede begins. Not obviously wrong, nothing dramatic at first, no lightning strike splitting the sky, no gunshots echoing across the plains, only small, uneasy changes that slip quietly into the darkness around you while the herd shifts restlessly beneath the stars. Your horse notices before you do. Its ears twitch sharply toward the southern edge of the cattle. Muscles tighten beneath the saddle. Breath quickens slightly in the cold night air. You stop singing. Around the herd, other guard riders continue their slow circles through moonlit grass, voices drifting softly through the dark. The storm has passed completely now, leaving behind a damp chill that settles deep into your clothes and joints. Everything should feel calmer. Instead, tension crawls slowly through the night like invisible wire pulling tighter. You hear it then? A sudden sharp sound. Metal striking metal somewhere near camp? Probably accidental. Maybe a pan knocked loose beside the chuck wagon. Maybe a horse kicking against gear. Tiny sound, ordinary sound. But the herd reacts instantly. Several cattle jerk their heads upward. Then more. Movement spreads through the darkness in nervous waves. You feel your stomach tighten immediately. Cowboys feared nighttime stampedes almost beyond anything else on the trail. In daylight, riders at least possessed visibility and some chance of control. At night, chaos became nearly total. Darkness swallowed direction. Horses stumbled unseen. Men vanished beneath pounding hooves before anyone realized they had fallen. Old Western memoirs often described stampedes with language bordering on nightmare. Thunder made of flesh, living earthquakes, black rivers of horns and panic sweeping across the plains. Some accounts likely became exaggerated over years of storytelling, but not by much. The cattle begin crowding tighter together now. Low, anxious sounds ripple through the herd. Your horse sidesteps nervously beneath you. Another rider shouts softly across the darkness, "Easy now, easy." For one suspended moment, it almost works. Then somewhere near the center of the herd, one steer bolts, and suddenly the entire world explodes. The sound arrives first, not ordinary noise, a massive rolling roar, like the earth itself tearing open beneath thousands of pounding hooves. Cattle surge forward in blind panic, crashing together so violently that horns slam against rib and bodies disappear instantly into swirling darkness and dust. Your horse leaps sideways instinctively. You barely keep the saddle. "Move!" someone screams through the chaos. The herd surges across the prairie. Fast, far faster than creatures that size should reasonably move. Dust erupts upward in enormous choking clouds despite the damp ground, while moonlight flashes wildly across twisting horns and terrified animal eyes. The sound becomes unbearable. Hooves hammering earth, men shouting, leather snapping, cattle bellowing in absolute panic. And above everything else, the terrifying realization that thousands of animals no longer possess individual thought, only momentum. You drive your horse hard along the outer edge of the moving herd, while riders race desperately into position. Stampede response required immediate action. Cowboys tried turning the herd gradually into a circle, preventing straight-line panic from building unstoppable speed. Simple in theory, terrifying in practice. Your horse stretches beneath you at full gallop now. Wind tears against your face. Mud and dirt explode upward from pounding hooves. Beside you, the herd races through darkness like some monstrous living machine beyond human control. A steer crashes sideways suddenly, almost into your horse. You jerk hard away, barely avoiding the horns. Another rider disappears briefly inside the dust cloud ahead. For one awful second you think he has fallen. Then he emerges again, coughing violently, but still mounted. Luck, pure luck sometimes separated survival from disaster out here. You hear singing somewhere through the chaos. Actual singing. One cowboy yelling an old trail song at the top of his lungs while racing beside the stampede. Others join him hoarsely between shouted commands. Historians recorded this strange detail repeatedly. Riders often sang during stampedes, attempting to calm cattle through familiar sound, even while risking their own lives. Imagine galloping through darkness beside thousands of panicked animals while aggressively performing folk music. History refuses to behave normally. Your horse lunges forward again while you fight for balance. The ground blurs beneath you now. Moonlight and shadow flicker wildly through the dust storm surrounding the herd. Breathing becomes difficult. Eyes sting constantly. Still the cattle run. Cowboys beside you work desperately trying to bend the movement sideways, gradually, slowly. Never forcing too sharply or panic worsens further. A rider ahead suddenly loses his hat. It vanishes instantly beneath the hooves. No chance retrieving that. Another cowboy nearly loses his entire saddle when the cinch strap slips loose during the run. He clings sideways in a position that would appear hilarious under almost any other circumstances. Not tonight. Tonight everything feels balanced directly between survival and catastrophe. Your horse breathes hard beneath you now, foam gathering around the bit. Yet the animal continues running steadily beside the herd with astonishing determination. Trail horses trained for this work became extraordinary creatures, fast, intelligent, brave enough to move willingly beside stampeding cattle in darkness. Smarter than humans, perhaps. Certainly more sensible. Gradually you notice something changing. The herd begins curving. Not much at first, just slight movement sideways, but enough. Riders keep pressing carefully along the outer edges, guiding panic into wider circular motion rather than straight uncontrolled flight. The roar remains deafening, though the movement slowly loses its sharp, desperate edge. You might survive this. The realization feels almost unbelievable. Minutes stretch endlessly before the stampede finally weakens fully into chaotic running clusters. Then nervous trotting movement, then exhausted milling beneath moonlight and dust. The silence afterward feels unreal. Cattle breathing heavily, horses trembling, men coughing in darkness. Nobody speaks immediately. Several riders simply sit motionless in saddles, staring across the churned prairie where disaster almost swallowed everyone whole. The smell of sweat, mud, dust, and frightened animals hangs thick in the cold night air. Your hands shake slightly now that danger has passed. Adrenaline leaves the body strangely hollow afterward. One cowboy finally laughs weakly somewhere nearby. Another mutters a prayer. Farther off, someone discovers they lost both boots during the chaos somehow. Honestly impressive. You look upward briefly. The stars still shine calmly above the plains, as though nothing happened at all. And slowly, beneath that enormous, indifferent sky, the exhausted work of gathering the scattered herd begins again. By the time the herd settles again, the night already feels ancient. Exhaustion hangs over the prairie like fog, while scattered cattle slowly regroup beneath fading moonlight. Riders move quietly through the darkness, collecting strays, counting losses, checking horses for injuries. Nobody possesses enough energy left for conversation beyond short, practical phrases. Even the cattle seem tired of their own emotions. You guide your horse slowly across churned, muddy ground, where the stampede tore deep scars into the prairie. Broken brush lies flattened everywhere. Hoof prints overlap so densely the earth barely looks natural anymore. The smell is overwhelming now. Wet dirt, sweat, leather, smoke drifting faintly from distant campfires. And cattle, always cattle. A cowboy nearby bends carefully from the saddle, retrieving something from the mud. A hat, not his. He studies it briefly before hanging it over the saddle horn with a tired shrug. Out here, possessions drift strangely between owners. Gloves vanish, cups disappear, blankets migrate mysteriously around camp. After enough weeks on the trail, personal property becomes more theoretical than reliable. Historians studying frontier diaries often notice how casually cowboys described losing things, mostly because survival occupied greater attention. You finally return toward camp just before dawn, begin softening the eastern horizon. The chuck wagon fire burns low now, while several exhausted riders sit nearby, wrapped in blankets and silence. One man snores upright against a wagon wheel despite the cold. Honestly admirable. You slide painfully from the saddle. Your legs nearly fail beneath you. Hours of tension and hard riding during the stampede have turned your body into something stiff and reluctant. Every joint protests movement. Your shoulders ache deeply from gripping reins too tightly. And still the day will begin again soon. Cowboys on cattle drives rarely received proper recovery after dangerous nights. The herd still needed moving, horses still required care, camp still functioned on schedule regardless of exhaustion. The frontier believed strongly in continuing anyway. You unsaddle slowly beside the remuda while horses stand drooping with fatigue around you. Steam rises faintly from their backs into the cold pre-dawn air. One gelding already sleeps, standing upright, head hanging low. Reasonable choice. You rub your horse carefully along the neck. The animal carried you safely through chaos tonight. Cowboys form deep attachments to reliable horses, though emotional expression varied greatly depending on personality and culture. Some riders openly praised favorite mounts. Others pretended indifference while secretly protecting certain horses with remarkable devotion. One old trail hand reportedly cried harder over a dead horse than his own brother, which sounds dramatic until you remember which one regularly carried him through stampedes. You finally stumble toward your bedroll beside the dying fire. The ground feels impossibly hard. Your blanket feels damp. Everything smells faintly of mud and cattle. Perfect. You collapse backward anyway. For several seconds, you simply stare upward into the fading stars while the eastern sky slowly turns gray. Birds begin calling somewhere in the distance. The world already prepares for morning while your body desperately begs for unconsciousness. Sleep on cattle drives happened in fragments more than proper rest. 2 hours here, 3 there, interrupted by storms, guards, noise, weather, insects, fear, or simple discomfort. Modern sleep researchers would probably study cowboys briefly before insisting everyone lie down immediately with concern. You pull the blanket tighter around your shoulders. Nearby, someone quietly brews fresh coffee already. Of course they are. Cowboys approached coffee with near religious seriousness. The smell drifts across camp warm and bitter, while the first sunlight slowly touches the plains. Around you, exhausted men lie scattered near the wagon like survivors from some strangely agricultural battlefield. One rider mutters in his sleep. Another still wears one boot. Nobody comments. There is no energy left for judgment. You close your eyes briefly. The prairie wind brushes softly across your face, carrying distant cattle sounds through the dawn. Hooves shifting, low breathing, occasional restless calls moving across the grasslands. And despite everything, despite exhaustion and cold and danger and the endless grinding repetition of trail life, a strange calm begins settling over you. Perhaps because mornings after surviving something difficult, always feels slightly unreal. You are still here. The stars did not fall. The herd did not vanish. Your horse carried you safely through darkness. Sometimes that is enough. Some historians argue modern society romanticizes cowboy hardship too heavily, transforming brutal labor into nostalgic adventure. Others counter that people naturally admire endurance and resilience in difficult landscapes. Both ideas contain truth, probably. Cowboy life genuinely was harsh. It was also deeply memorable. The prairie itself helped create that memory. Huge skies, violent storms, silence so complete it altered thought. Long, lonely rides through landscapes vast enough to make ordinary worries feel absurdly small. Even misery becomes poetic eventually, when enough years pass afterward. You begin drifting toward sleep at last, while dawn spreads wider across the plains. Camp noises blur softly together around you, coffee boiling, saddle leather creaking, quiet voices starting another morning. The cook walks past, muttering something about lazy men and useless weather. Tradition clearly demands cooks remain irritated constantly. Your eyes grow heavier, and there on the open prairie, beneath endless western sky, wrapped in a damp blanket that smells faintly like horse and smoke, you discover one of the strangest truths about cowboy life. Human beings can sleep almost anywhere eventually, beside stampedes, inside storms, on frozen ground, under stars so bright they barely seem real. You drift deeper now while sunlight slowly warms the grasslands beyond camp. The herd waits in the distance, another day already approaching. More dust, more riding, more endless horizon. But for this brief moment between danger and daylight, the world feels quiet again. And somewhere far across the prairie, coyotes sing softly toward the fading moon. Morning returns with astonishing indifference. The prairie does not care that nobody slept properly. The sun rises anyway. Cattle begin moving anyway, coffee boils anyway. Somewhere near the chuck wagon, a cowboy groans dramatically while trying to stand upright, sounding like an old wooden staircase collapsing under emotional pressure. You understand completely. Every muscle in your body aches from the night before. Your hands feel swollen from gripping wet reins too tightly during the stampede. Even your eyelids seem tired somehow. Yet the herd must keep moving north. So everyone rises, slowly, reluctantly, like exhausted ghosts wrapped in dust and wool blankets. You sit beside the fire holding a tin cup between both hands while dawn light spreads softly across the plains. The coffee tastes burnt enough to remove paint from furniture, though nobody complains. Complaining about coffee on the trail would resemble criticizing oxygen. A cowboy nearby pokes at the fire with visible resentment toward existence itself. Another carefully repairs a torn saddle strap using rawhide strips while chewing cold biscuit pieces. Small practical tasks begin immediately every morning: repairing gear, cleaning hooves, rolling blankets, checking supplies. Cowboy life depended heavily on maintenance. Ignore tiny problems long enough and eventually they transformed into disasters large enough for historians to write about. You notice new riders moving around camp today. Not replacements exactly, just men becoming more visible now that exhaustion has softened the usual silence. During long cattle drives, personalities emerged gradually. Some cowboys talked endlessly, others spoke only when absolutely necessary. A few disappeared emotionally into themselves for weeks at a time, beneath the endless rhythm of trail life. And then there were the storytellers. Every cattle drive seemed to produce at least one man capable of turning ordinary events into epic legends before sunset arrived. Last night's stampede already grows larger in the retelling. Naturally, one rider now describes lightning striking directly between two cattle, while another insists he narrowly avoided death beneath a wall of horns taller than a house. The facts drift farther from reality with every cup of coffee. Nobody seems particularly bothered. Storytelling itself mattered deeply in frontier culture. Long, isolated evenings around campfires created perfect conditions for exaggeration, humor, folklore, and myth-making. Historians often struggle separating factual Western accounts from embellished memory because even eyewitnesses treated entertainment as part of truth. And honestly, humans still do this constantly. You once survived one mildly inconvenient airport delay and probably described it afterward like crossing the Arctic by foot. A rider settles beside you near the fire. Black cowboy, older than most of the men here. His coat remains patched carefully at the elbows, though the stitching is neat and deliberate. He drinks coffee slowly while watching the herd beyond camp. After a long silence, he speaks quietly. Storm shook them hard. You nod. There is comfort sometimes in simple shared understanding. Black cowboys formed a significant part of Western cattle culture, though later popular mythology often erased or minimized their presence. Historians estimate thousands worked ranches and cattle drives throughout the 19th century. Some were formerly enslaved men seeking steady employment after the Civil War. Others had long histories with horses and livestock already. The frontier offered opportunity unevenly and imperfectly, but it offered movement, and sometimes movement alone felt valuable. The rider beside you eventually points toward another cowboy adjusting tack nearby. Vaquero taught him that knot, he says. You study the saddle rope carefully. Different style than most Anglo riders use. That detail matters more than many later Western stories admitted. Mexican vaqueros shaped cowboy culture profoundly long before Hollywood transformed the West into a mostly Anglo fantasy landscape. Techniques for roping, riding, branding, herding, and saddle design often came directly from Spanish and Mexican traditions developed over centuries. Even cowboy clothing carried those influences. Chaps originated from chaparreras, bronco from bronco caballo, lariat from la reata. The West blended cultures constantly, while later myths tried simplifying everything afterward. History dislikes simplification, though. Real people are messier than legends. The cook suddenly begins yelling at two younger riders, attempting to steal extra biscuits before breakfast officially starts. One escapes successfully. The other gets smacked lightly with a wooden spoon. Justice arrives swiftly on the frontier. You finally stand again, carrying your saddle toward the horses. Morning sunlight now washes warmly across the plains after the cold night. Dew sparkles briefly in the grass before disappearing beneath rising heat. The herd waits nearby, shifting restlessly. Always restless, a Mexican vaquero working with the drive moves gracefully among the horses ahead of you. His riding style appears smoother somehow than many of the younger cowboys around him. Less force, more balance. You watch quietly while he adjusts a horse using barely visible rein movement. Experienced horsemen notice details others missed. Some scholars argue American cowboy culture borrowed so heavily from Mexican traditions that the classic cowboy itself evolved directly from earlier vaquero practices. Others emphasize the blending of influences across multiple frontier groups. Either way, the connection remains undeniable. Though 19th century Anglo cowboys did not always acknowledge that comfortably, the vaquero notices you watching, grins slightly, then demonstrates a rope throw so smooth it almost looks effortless. The loop settles perfectly around a fence post 20 feet away. Several younger riders immediately pretend they could obviously do the same thing if they wished. They cannot. Cowboy pride remains extremely delicate before breakfast. You saddle your horse carefully while camp prepares to move again. Leather creaks softly beneath your hands. Sunlight warms the animal's back now, steam no longer rising from its coat after the cold, wet night. Beyond camp, the prairie stretches outward endlessly beneath clear blue sky. No sign remains of last night's storm except mud and exhaustion. That is another truth of the West. Violence disappears quickly from landscapes this large. A stampede tears through darkness for terrifying minutes. By morning, only trampled grass remains. Storms flood the plains with lightning and thunder. By noon, sunlight returns peacefully, as though nothing happened at all. The land continues forward without sentiment. You pull yourself into the saddle again with stiff, reluctant muscles, while riders begin spreading outward around the herd. Dust rises already beneath shifting cattle hooves. Another long day unfolds ahead beneath open sky. And somewhere between the songs of black trail riders, the quiet skill of Mexican vaqueros, the weary humor beside campfires, and the endless movement northward across the plains, you begin understanding something important. The real West was never one story. It was many stories riding together beneath the same enormous sky. By midday, the sun hangs over the prairie like a punishment personally designed for cowboys. Heat presses downward across the plains in heavy shimmering waves while the cattle move slowly through tall, dry grass. Dust rises endlessly around the herd, coating hats, faces, saddles, teeth, coffee cups, and probably the internal structure of your soul itself. You ride beside the herd, wiping sweat from your neck for what feels like the 1,000th time today. The horse beneath you flicks its tail constantly against flies. You sympathize deeply. Somewhere ahead, the Mexican vaquero from earlier rides with relaxed confidence that feels almost unfair under these conditions. His posture remains steady despite the heat, while younger riders around him shift uncomfortably every few minutes, trying to ease sore backs and stiff knees. Experience changes movement. Experienced cowboys wasted very little energy. That mattered enormously out here. You guide your horse closer while the herd drifts northward through a shallow valley. Grasshoppers burst upward everywhere beneath the cattle like tiny explosions. In the distance, heat waves distort the horizon until the prairie itself seems to float beneath the sky. The vaquero notices your attention again. Without speaking, he gestures toward your rope coil hanging awkwardly from the saddle horn. Humiliation approaches. You ride closer while he reaches over calmly, adjusting the rope with a few efficient movements. Suddenly, the entire coil sits flatter and cleaner against the saddle. Simpler, more practical. You stare at it briefly. Annoyingly impressive. Cowboy skills pass through observation as much as formal teaching. Young riders constantly copied experienced hands, borrowing techniques slowly over months or years. Some ranches trained workers carefully. Others simply threw inexperienced men into chaos and hoped survival handled the education process. The frontier favored practical learning methods. Sometimes aggressively, the vaquero finally speaks. "Less fighting," he says, tapping the rope coil. Then he smiles faintly and rides ahead again. You spend several minutes pretending that advice obviously confirmed things you already knew. Nearby, one of the younger cowboys attempts spinning his rope dramatically while riding. It immediately tangles around his own saddle. The older riders pretend not to notice. Their shoulders shaking with silent laughter betray them completely. Roping skills fascinated Eastern audiences later because they looked theatrical and dangerous. Wild West shows would eventually transform rope tricks into public entertainment across America and Europe. But on actual cattle drives, roping existed primarily as practical labor, catching strays, securing animals, managing difficult cattle, and occasionally humiliating yourself before co-workers. The afternoon stretches onward beneath relentless sunlight. You begin understanding how deeply Mexican vaquero traditions shaped Western ranch life. Saddles designed for long hours of labor, chaps protecting legs from thorn brush, spurs, branding methods, riding styles, herding techniques, even much of cowboy vocabulary itself. Many Anglo ranchers adopted these systems because they worked extraordinarily well in harsh conditions. Though cultural borrowing rarely arrived accompanied by proper credit, history unfortunately enjoys repeating that pattern. You shift painfully in the saddle again. Everything hurts now in ways difficult to explain properly. Not sharp pain exactly, more accumulated soreness spreading through every muscle after endless riding. Cowboys often developed bowed legs, chronic back problems, damaged knees, and permanent joint pain from years in the saddle. Yet young men kept arriving west, imagining glamour and freedom. Human optimism remains astonishingly durable. A sudden whistle drifts across the plains ahead. The herd begins slowing slightly. Water! Immediately, the atmosphere changes among both riders and the cattle. Horses lift their heads. Men sit straighter in saddles despite exhaustion. Even distant water sources became emotionally significant on long drives through hot, dry country. You ride forward carefully as the herd approaches a shallow creek winding through the grasslands. Sunlight flashes across muddy water while cattle crowd eagerly toward the banks. River crossings terrified cowboys. Creeks less so. Still, caution matters. Animals pushing too quickly into water sometimes triggered panic or bottlenecks, dangerous for both cattle and riders. Several men move outward now, controlling the flow, while horses step nervously through mud near the banks. You dismount gratefully. Your legs immediately forget how walking works. For several awkward seconds, you resemble a newborn deer emotionally processing taxes. Cowboys joked constantly about saddle stiffness because otherwise they might simply begin crying openly into beans. You kneel beside the creek, splashing cool water across your face. Muddy though it is, the water feels miraculous against sunburned skin. Nearby horses drink deeply, while cattle crowd noisily along the banks. The vaquero from earlier sits beneath a cottonwood tree, calmly repairing leather tack with small, precise movements. Another older cowboy sharpens a knife nearby. Conversations drift lazily through the hot afternoon air. For a brief moment, the cattle drive almost resembles peace. Almost. You notice branding marks clearly on several cattle standing near the creek. Different ranch symbols burned into hides. Ownership mattered obsessively in cattle country because livestock represented enormous financial value. Brand disputes occasionally turn violent, though historians caution that Western range wars later became heavily dramatized by novels and films. Most ranch conflicts involved lawyers, arguments, and exhausting paperwork rather than constant cinematic gunfights. Disappointing, perhaps, but considerably healthier. A cowboy nearby removes his boots briefly to dry his feet near the creek bank. The smell arriving afterward could probably stun wildlife at moderate distance. Trail hygiene remained extremely limited. Weeks passed without proper bathing during long drives. Socks hardened with sweat and dust. Shirts stiffened permanently. Hair collected enough dirt to support agricultural development. And somehow everyone simply continued living this way. The cook begins shouting eventually. Break over! Immediately, men start gathering gear again, while cattle finish drinking at the creek. Horses are checked, saddles tightened, hats adjusted against the blazing sun overhead. The vaquero rises smoothly beside his horse before mounting in one fluid motion, almost elegant enough to seem fictional. You attempt copying the movement. Your boot catches awkwardly. For one horrifying second, you nearly fall directly into the creek. The older riders absolutely notice this time. Laughter rolls softly across the water. Fair enough, honestly. You finally settle into the saddle again, while the herd reforms slowly beyond the creek banks. Dust already rises beneath shifting hooves as the long movement north resumes once more. And somewhere between embarrassment, exhaustion, heat, and endless prairie sky, you realize cowboy life is not really about looking heroic. It is about continuing anyway, even awkwardly, especially awkwardly. By late afternoon, you begin trusting the horse more than your own judgment. That realization arrives slowly, first through exhaustion, then through experience, eventually through several deeply humbling moments in which the animal beneath you demonstrates considerably more common sense than the human holding the reins. The prairie stretches endlessly around the herd beneath fading sunlight, while warm wind ripples through tall grass in silver waves. Dust hangs low over the cattle now, glowing softly gold in the afternoon light. Everything feels slower today. Even conversation, especially conversation. Cowboys often rode for hours, speaking only through gestures or brief practical phrases, because energy mattered. Constant heat and repetitive motion drained people quietly over time. Words themselves began feeling heavy. Your horse, however, remained steady, calm, reliable, a far more admirable personality than several cowboys you have already met. You lean forward slightly, patting the animal's neck, while the herd drifts through uneven terrain, scattered with brush and shallow gullies. The horse picks careful paths automatically, without needing much direction. Trail horses developed astonishing instincts after enough experience. Some could sense unstable ground before riders noticed danger. Others reacted instantly to cattle movement or approaching storms. Cowboys depended on those instincts completely. One old Western saying claimed a smart horse kept a fool cowboy alive. Judging from recent events, that sounds historically accurate. The younger rider who tangled himself with the rope yesterday now struggles again nearby. His horse refuses to cross a muddy patch along the trail, despite repeated encouragement or threats. The horse remains unconvinced. An older cowboy watches briefly before riding over. "Let him look first," he says calmly. The younger rider pauses. The horse lowers its head toward the mud, ears twitching forward. After several moments, it carefully steps sideways, around a softer patch hidden beneath the grass. The older cowboy nods once, "See," then rides away before elaborating further. Frontier teaching methods often resembled mysterious riddles delivered by tired men smelling strongly of livestock. Still, the lesson remains clear. Good horses notice things. You glance downward at the churned earth beneath your own mount. Deep wagon tracks cut across the prairie nearby where previous cattle drives passed earlier in the season. The West in the 1870s still felt wild in many places, yet movement patterns already shaped the land. Trails formed gradually through repetition. Watering sites became known landmarks. Campgrounds accumulated layers of ash and hoofprints. The frontier was changing constantly, even while people insisted it remained untouched wilderness. You ride onward beneath the broad western sky, while meadowlarks sing somewhere through the grasslands. The sound feels strangely delicate against the enormous landscape around you. Nearby, one cowboy quietly talks to his horse almost non-stop. Not conversation exactly, more ongoing commentary. "You don't eat that. We're not stopping there. That's a terrible idea." The horse ignores him completely. Yet the man continues. Loneliness affected cowboys differently. Some became quieter over time. Others spoke endlessly to horses, cattle, campfires, or themselves simply to hear a voice in the enormous silence of the plains. Historians reading trail journals sometimes note how emotionally isolated many cowboys seemed, despite traveling in groups. Long drives created companionship, certainly, but also distance. Men came and went constantly between ranches, towns, trails, and seasonal work. Permanent homes remained rare for many riders. You suddenly notice your horse slowing slightly. Its ears point forward sharply. You look ahead. A rattlesnake lies stretched across the trail, half hidden beneath dusty grass. Your stomach tightens instantly. The horse already noticed. Of course it did. The animal sidesteps carefully before you fully react, while another rider farther back curses loudly after nearly riding directly over the snake himself. The rattler coils defensively, buzzing sharply in the warm air. Several horses become nervous immediately. One younger mount nearly throws its rider sideways during the confusion. Eventually, the snake disappears into the brush, while everyone pretends they remained calm the entire time. Cowboys encountered dangerous animals regularly across the plains. Rattlesnakes, wolves, mountain lions occasionally. Wild cattle sometimes proved worse than all of them combined. Yet horses often sense danger first through smell, sound, or vibration. A reliable horse became part transportation, part survival partner, part unpaid therapist. The afternoon light softens gradually now, as the sun lowers westward across the plains. Long shadows stretch beside the moving herd, while insects buzz lazily through warm air. You realize suddenly how beautiful the landscape feels at this hour. Not dramatic beauty, exactly. Gentle beauty. Golden grass shifting beneath wind. Horses moving quietly through dust. Clouds turning orange above distant hills. Even exhausted cattle somehow appear peaceful in this light. Many cowboys later described sunset as their favorite time on the trail. The worst heat faded. Camp approached gradually. The herd calmed after long movement, and for a little while, the entire prairie seemed suspended between day and night. You ride beside the older black cowboy from earlier again. His horse moves with remarkable smoothness despite age. "Good horse," you say quietly. He nods once. "Saved me twice." That is all. No story attached. No dramatic explanation, just truth spoken plainly. Cowboys often measured horses through survival memories rather than beauty or pedigree. The best animals remained calm during storms, quick during stampedes, careful at river crossings, dependable after exhaustion. Fancy appearance mattered far less than reliability beneath pressure. Honestly, a reasonable standard for people, too. The herd begins slowing ahead now as riders search for suitable campground before darkness fully arrives. Cattle drives required careful campsite selection near water and grazing areas whenever possible. You feel relief spreading quietly through your body at the thought of stopping soon. Even sleeping on frozen dirt begins sounding luxurious after enough hours riding. Your horse lowers its head slightly while walking. Tired now, too, you reach forward absently, scratching behind its ears. The animal flicks one ear backward in acknowledgement, and there beneath the enormous evening sky of the American West, surrounded by dust and cattle and endless rolling prairie, you begin understanding one final truth cowboys rarely admitted aloud. Without good horses, none of this life would have been possible at all. The river appears at dawn like a problem waiting patiently for you. Cold mist drifts above the water while the herd gathers uneasily along the muddy banks. The current is not especially violent, not wide enough to seem impossible either. Yet every cowboy watching the water understands the same uncomfortable truth. Rivers change everything. Out on open prairie, cattle move slowly but predictably. At river crossings, predictability vanishes completely. Mud shifts beneath hooves. Currents pull sideways. Animals panic without warning. Wagons overturn. Horses stumble. And once fear spreads inside moving water, chaos becomes very difficult to stop. You sit quietly in the saddle studying the crossing, while early sunlight filters through low gray clouds overhead. The river bends gently through cottonwood trees before disappearing into morning mist farther downstream. Beautiful from a distance, potentially disastrous up close. The trail boss rides slowly along the bank, inspecting conditions, while several experienced cowboys test the depth ahead. Horses move carefully through the shallows, water swirling around their legs. One rider raises an arm signaling something back toward the herd. Probably manageable, probably. Frontier river crossings depended heavily on judgment, luck, weather, and animal behavior. Some rivers became famous among cattle drivers for swallowing livestock year after year. The Red River, the Platte, the Arkansas. Certain crossings gained near legendary reputations through repeated disasters, and yet cowboys still approached each one hoping today might go smoothly. Human optimism again. One older rider beside you spits thoughtfully into the mud. "Hate rivers," he mutters. "Reasonable opinion, honestly." The cattle already sense something unfamiliar ahead. They bunch together uneasily near the bank, while riders work carefully to keep movement calm. Horses snort nervously at the smell of muddy water and shifting current. A few steers begin backing away entirely. Immediately, several cowboys move behind them, applying gentle pressure forward. Never too aggressive. Panicked cattle became stubborn cattle remarkably fast. The vaquero from earlier rides near the front now, speaking softly while guiding lead animals toward the shallows. Experienced trail hands understood an important principle. Once a few cattle entered moving water successfully, others usually followed. Usually. Unfortunately, cattle also possess talent for terrible collective decisions. The first steer finally steps into the river. Water splashes upward around its legs. Another follows, then several more. Slowly, the herd begins moving. You guide your horse forward beside the outer edge, while muddy water swirls cold around the animal's knees. Instantly, the temperature change bites through your boots and stiff, tired legs. The river bottom feels unstable beneath the horse, soft mud shifting constantly. You dislike this immediately. The cattle dislike it even more. Low, anxious sounds ripple through the herd, while animals crowd too tightly together near the deeper channel. Water churns brown around thousands of hooves. Horns knock together. Riders shout calm instructions above the noise. Everything still remains manageable. For now, a wagon wheel suddenly sinks hard into mud near the bank behind you. The chuck wagon lurches sideways sharply. Several horses panic instantly. You hear curses erupt from the driver, while nearby riders rush toward the problem. The wheel groans deeper into the riverbank mud with alarming enthusiasm. The cook stands beside the wagon, shouting at everyone, equally regardless of fault. Tradition demands trail cooks become furious during moments of crisis. The herd continues pressing through the water ahead, while the wagon crew struggles behind. You focus forward again, guiding cattle away from a submerged patch of deeper current near the center of the crossing. Then one steer slips. Its front legs vanish suddenly beneath the muddy water. Instant panic. The animal thrashes violently sideways, crashing against nearby cattle. Immediately, several others lose footing too. Water explodes upward in brown spray, while frightened animals begin turning back toward the bank. You feel the energy shift instantly. Dangerous, very dangerous. Riders surge forward at once, shouting, splashing, forcing movement ahead before fear spreads wider through the herd. Your horse braces hard beneath you, while cattle press tightly around both sides now, bodies slamming through muddy current in blind confusion. One horn catches your leg painfully. Another steer crashes past close enough that muddy water drenches your chest entirely. Cold, heavy, the horse nearly loses footing beneath you. For one terrible second, the river bottom disappears entirely under the animal's front legs. Your stomach lurches as icy water surges upward almost to the saddle. Then the horse recovers. Bless intelligent horses forever. You grip the saddle horn tightly, while cattle continue surging around you through the current. Mud swirls thick as soup beneath the water now. The noise becomes overwhelming. Splashing, bellowing, riders yelling, wagon horses straining desperately near the banks. A cowboy farther downstream suddenly points sharply. One calf has been swept sideways by the current. Immediately, two riders break away, chasing after it through deeper water while the terrified animal struggles helplessly downstream. Everything during river crossings happens at once. Too many moving parts, too much noise, too many chances for disaster. The vaquero near the front keeps shouting steady, calm instructions while turning led cattle toward the opposite bank. Gradually, the herd begins stretching forward again, rather than bunching backward in panic. Movement saves you. Stopping kills you. That lesson applies to many things beyond rivers, perhaps. Your horse climbs heavily toward the far bank at last, muscles straining through thick mud. Water pours from the animal's legs, while you finally reach firmer ground again beside the emerging herd. Relief hits immediately, briefly, because the crossing is not finished yet. Half the cattle still remain in the river. Behind you, the chuck wagon crew continues battling the trapped wheel, while horses pull desperately against harnesses slick with mud and foam. The cook appears moments away from personally declaring war against the river itself. Eventually, the wheel breaks free with a violent sucking sound that sends muddy water spraying everywhere. Several riders cheer weakly. Small victories matter enormously out here. One by one, the remaining cattle finally struggle onto the far bank, dripping, exhausted, and furious with existence. The rescued calf survives somehow. The wagon survives. No riders disappear beneath the current. A successful crossing, technically. You sit quietly in the saddle, breathing hard, while sunlight slowly burns through the morning mist above the river. Mud covers nearly everything now. Your boots squish unpleasantly. Your clothes cling cold against your skin. Yet the herd stands safely across. And that alone feels miraculous enough. The trail boss rides slowly along the gathered cattle, inspecting losses, while riders catch breath nearby. Nobody smiles much. River crossings drained people emotionally as much as physically. But the work continues. Always. You glance back once more toward the muddy river, twisting through the prairie behind you. Calm again already, as though it had not nearly swallowed all of you only minutes earlier. By the time the town appears on the horizon, you almost think you imagined it. After weeks of prairie, rivers, storms, and endless grasslands, the sight feels strangely unnatural. Wooden buildings rise from the dusty plains ahead like a rough sketch of civilization hastily dropped into the wilderness. Smoke curls upward from chimneys. Sunlight flashes against windows. And somewhere faintly through the distance, you hear music. The herd slows slightly as riders begin guiding cattle toward holding areas outside town. Nobody wants thousands of nervous longhorns wandering directly through muddy streets full of wagons, horses, drunk gamblers, barking dogs, and citizens who value remaining untrampled. Reasonable preference, honestly. You adjust your hat while studying the settlement ahead. The town looks small from a distance, though after weeks sleeping beneath open sky, it somehow feels enormous. Towns on the cattle trails expanded rapidly during the 1870s. Places like Abilene, Dodge City, Ellsworth, and Wichita transformed almost overnight into booming centers of cattle trade. Once railroads connected them to eastern markets. Historians still debate exactly how wild these towns truly became, because newspapers often exaggerated violence dramatically. Violence sold papers then, too. Some accounts described frontier cattle towns as non-stop explosions of gunfire and lawlessness. Others suggest daily life involved far more commerce, boredom, livestock paperwork, and ordinary labor than later mythology preferred. Reality again refusing cooperation. The closer you ride toward town, the stranger everything begins feeling. After weeks isolated on the plains, human noise itself becomes overwhelming. Wagon wheels rattle across packed dirt roads. Blacksmith hammers ring sharply through the air. Voices overlap everywhere at once. Horses whinny from crowded hitching rails. And smells, dear God, the smells! Wood smoke, horse manure, whiskey, frying meat, tobacco, sweat, mud, perfume drifting faintly from somewhere unexpected. After weeks breathing mostly grass, dust, rain, and cattle, the concentrated odor of civilization hits with almost physical force. Your horse seems equally uncertain. The animal tosses its head while passing crowded wagons and barking dogs. Town horses behave differently from trail horses somehow. Faster movements, sharper nerves, more experience with noise and confusion. A small boy standing near a storefront stares openly at the cattle drive as it approaches. His eyes widen dramatically while dust clouds roll across the streets behind the herd. To him, cowboys probably look legendary. You know better now. Most of the riders smell terrible and desperately need sleep. The trail boss directs the herd toward stockyards outside the main streets, while several riders peel away toward town immediately. Priorities become obvious very quickly after long drives. Food, baths, whiskey, laundry, possibly in different order depending on personality. You dismount near a hitching rail outside a general store while your legs protest violently after days in the saddle. Walking feels unnatural again. The ground itself seems suspiciously still beneath your boots. Cowboys often describe this strange sensation after long rides. Bodies adjusted so completely to horseback movement that ordinary walking briefly felt incorrect afterward. You step carefully through the muddy street, while townspeople move around you in steady waves. Women carrying baskets, merchants shouting prices, railroad workers hauling crates, travelers stepping carefully around horse droppings with expressions suggesting life has disappointed them personally. The West contained far more ordinary working people than gunfighters. That truth rarely appears in popular memory. A piano drifts softly from somewhere farther down the street. Saloon, obviously. Several exhausted cowboys already vanish through the swinging doors before you fully process the sound. Frontier saloons served many purposes beyond drinking. Restaurants, gambling halls, post offices occasionally, meeting places, temporary escape from loneliness and trail exhaustion. Also places where people made truly terrible decisions after insufficient sleep. You pass a barber shop where two men sit outside arguing passionately about politics. Nobody west of Missouri probably fully understands. Nearby, a dentist advertisement promises painless extraction. An obvious lie. 19th century dentistry approached horror fiction more closely than medicine. A woman carrying laundry pauses briefly watching the dusty riders moving through town. Her expression seems neither impressed nor romantic, more practical. Another group of tired cowboys arriving to track mud everywhere. Fair assessment. The reality of frontier towns depended heavily on women's labor, despite later Western myths focusing almost entirely on men with revolvers. Boarding house owners, cooks, laundresses, teachers, shopkeepers, entertainers, ranch wives, and widows helped create functioning communities from chaotic settlements. Without them, most cattle towns would have collapsed into muddy piles of gambling debt and poor decisions within months. You stop near a storefront window, almost accidentally startled by your own reflection. Dust-coated face, sunburned skin, eyes ring dark from exhaustion, hat stained permanently with sweat. You barely resemble the person who first rode onto the trail weeks earlier. Cowboy life altered people physically very quickly. A voice calls from behind you. The older black cowboy gestures toward a restaurant farther down the street. Real food. Now that sounds miraculous. You follow him through crowded, muddy roads, while afternoon sunlight glows warm against the wooden buildings around you. Music drifts from open saloon doors. Somewhere nearby, someone laughs loud enough to startle horses. Civilization feels noisy after the prairie. Too noisy, perhaps? Inside the restaurant, the smell nearly overwhelms you immediately. Fresh bread, stew, actual vegetables. Several cowboys sit silently at tables eating with the concentration of men rediscovering faith itself. One rider closes his eyes briefly after tasting potatoes. Completely understandable reaction. You sit heavily while the older cowboy removes his hat beside you. For several moments, neither of you speaks. The room buzzes softly around you with conversations, dishes clattering, boots scraping floorboards. After weeks beneath open sky, even walls feel unusual. Safe somehow, but also confining. The older cowboy finally glances toward the window, where late sunlight spills across the dusty street outside. Never stays quiet long, he says. You follow his gaze. Wagons rolling past, railroad smoke drifting above distant tracks, new buildings rising near the edge of town. The frontier changing already. Cowboys passing through like temporary ghosts while towns grow larger behind them. And somewhere beneath the piano music, muddy streets, whiskey laughter, and cattle dust drifting through the evening air, you begin understanding another truth the legends rarely mention. The West was always becoming something else. The saloon feels almost painfully warm after weeks on the trail. The moment you step through the swinging doors, heat and noise wrap around you like a physical thing. Lamplight glows against smoke-stained walls, while piano music stumbles cheerfully through the crowded room. Glasses clink, boots scrape floorboards. Somewhere near the card tables, a man laughs hard enough to sound medically concerning. And underneath everything drifts the thick smell of whiskey, tobacco, sweat, perfume, wet wool, and fried meat. Civilization, or at least the frontier's enthusiastic interpretation of it. You pause near the entrance, letting your eyes adjust while several cowboys push past immediately toward the bar with expressions usually reserved for religious revelation. After weeks drinking muddy coffee beside cattle, even questionable whiskey begins sounding deeply philosophical. The bartender barely glances up while sliding drinks across the counter with astonishing speed. Frontier saloons operated almost constantly in busy cattle towns, especially after large drives arrived. Exhausted riders carried wages in their pockets and loneliness in their bones. An economically reliable combination. You move deeper into the room carefully. The wooden floor feels sticky beneath your boots. Smoke hangs thick beneath the ceiling beams, while card players lean over tables studying one another with expressions somewhere between mathematics and murder. Historians still debate how common serious gambling truly became in cattle towns. Some Western accounts describe non-stop poker games consuming entire fortunes overnight. Others suggest occasional card playing mattered far more than dramatic cinematic showdowns. Probably both existed. Human beings rarely resist opportunities to lose money creatively. A piano player in the corner attacks the instrument with impressive confidence and only moderate accuracy. Several cowboys nearby attempt singing along despite possessing voices that sound like damaged furniture. Nobody seems bothered. That is another important truth about frontier entertainment. Standards adjusted downward dramatically after months on the plains. You finally reach the bar beside two trail riders already halfway through their second drinks. Their faces remain lined with dust where sweat failed to fully wash it away. One still wears mud on his boots from the river crossing yesterday. The bartender slides whiskey toward you without asking questions. Efficient man! You sip carefully. The burn hits immediately, sharp enough to wake parts of your brain previously believed deceased. Frontier whiskey varied enormously in quality. Some saloons served relatively decent liquor shipped by rail. Others sold horrifying mixtures involving tobacco, burnt sugar, kerosene, or ingredients probably better left unidentified permanently. One old Western joke claimed whiskey could remove wagon paint and saddle rust simultaneously. Given current experience, believable. You glance around the crowded room again, while warmth slowly spreads through your tired body. Cowboys cluster together near tables, laughing louder now than anyone laughed on the trail itself. Weeks of silence and exhaustion seem to burst outward suddenly beneath lamplight and music. People need release eventually, even quiet people, especially quiet people, perhaps. A woman carrying drinks moves gracefully through the crowded room, avoiding boots, elbows, chairs, and wandering hands with the reflexes of someone who has survived this environment a very long time. Frontier saloons employed women in many different roles: servers, singers, dancers, gambling assistants. Some women found independence and income difficult to obtain elsewhere. Others endured exhausting or dangerous conditions beneath the romantic myths later attached to Western nightlife. Reality again proving more complicated than legends. Near the poker tables, an argument briefly flares between two men before dissolving almost immediately under the watchful stare of a large bartender holding a shotgun behind the counter. Efficient conflict resolution. Contrary to popular mythology, many frontier towns actually enforced strict weapons rules inside saloons. Dodge City and other cattle towns sometimes required visitors to surrender guns upon entering town limits. Too many drunk, exhausted cowboys carrying revolvers tended to produce unfortunate statistical outcomes, though of course some ignored the rules anyway. Human nature remains impressively consistent across centuries. You lean against the bar listening to conversations drifting through the room. Cattle prices, railroad expansion, storm damage, gambling losses, rumors about outlaws somewhere farther south. News arrives slowly on the frontier, traveling through newspapers, telegraphs, railroad workers, and endless storytelling. Accuracy varies accordingly. A cowboy beside you suddenly falls asleep sitting upright against the wall. Nobody reacts. Apparently, this happens often. Trail exhaustion reached remarkable levels after long drives. Some riders reportedly slept through entire saloon fights simply because their bodies finally surrendered after weeks outdoors. Honestly admirable commitment to rest. The piano player shifts into a slower tune now, while conversations soften slightly beneath the warm lamplight. Outside, evening darkness settles across the town streets beyond the windows. Somewhere distant, you hear cattle lowing from the stockyards. Even here, the herd remains nearby, always nearby. You realize suddenly how strange the silence of the prairie has become lodged inside you. The saloon noise feels exciting but also exhausting after a while. Too many voices, too much light, too many walls pressing close together. Out on the plains, loneliness stretched wide beneath stars. Here it hides inside crowded rooms instead. The older black cowboy from the trail eventually appears beside you, carrying another whiskey. "You getting used to town again?" he asks. Interesting phrase. Again. As though cowboys permanently moved between two different worlds. One made of dust, storms, and silence. Another made of lamplight, whiskey, muddy streets, and temporary pleasures. Perhaps they did. You glance around the crowded saloon once more. Card players studying hands beneath tobacco smoke. the bartender polishing glasses with exhausted resignation, the piano player somehow still alive despite several musical crimes committed publicly tonight. Cowboys laughing too loudly because surviving the trail always felt slightly unbelievable afterward. And beneath all of it drifts something quieter. Relief. For one night at least, there are roofs overhead instead of storms, warm food instead of cold beans, music instead of coyotes, beds instead of frozen ground. Temporary comfort. Cowboys learn not to trust comfort lasting very long. Tomorrow the herd still needs moving. Tomorrow the trail continues north again. But tonight the lamps burn softly against the western darkness, while whiskey warms tired bodies and piano music floats through smoke-filled air. And for a few precious hours, the frontier almost feels gentle. By morning, the town already feels less magical. That happens quickly on the frontier. The warm glow of lamplight and piano music fades beneath harsh daylight, revealing muddy streets, exhausted faces, and the lingering smell of whiskey mixed with horse manure. Cowboys stumble from saloons, looking spiritually disconnected from their own bodies, while shopkeepers sweep dirt from boardwalks with expressions suggesting they have lost faith in humanity repeatedly. A dog sleeps beneath a wagon wheel. Someone nearby vomits discreetly into an alley. Civilization continues beautifully. You stand outside the boarding house, rubbing tired eyes, while sunlight spills across the cattle town. Despite sleeping indoors for the first time in weeks, you somehow feel more exhausted this morning. Cowboys often spent their first nights in town unwisely. Too much whiskey, too much gambling, too much noise after too much silence. The human nervous system struggles with sudden transitions. You walk slowly toward the stockyards, where the herd waits beyond town. The streets already bustle with activity. Railroad workers hauling freight, merchants opening storefronts, women carrying baskets toward markets, blacksmith hammers ringing sharply through the morning air. And everywhere stories, The American West in the 1870s existed partly through storytelling already. Newspapers exaggerated gunfights. Dime novels transformed ordinary criminals into mythical outlaws. Travelers carried rumors from town to town until truth became difficult to separate from performance. Especially regarding violence, Hollywood later convinced generations that cowboys spent most of their lives dramatically shooting at one another across dusty streets. Reality proved considerably less cinematic. Most cowboys rarely experienced actual gunfights. Many barely owned pistols at all. Their daily lives involved cattle, weather, horses, repairs, boredom, loneliness, and exhausting labor, rather than constant heroic duels beneath dramatic sunsets. Honestly, far fewer exploding windows, too. You pass a storefront displaying cheap revolvers in the window beside Haumschkage, canned peaches, and work gloves. A young boy stops nearby, staring at the weapons with wide fascination. His mother immediately drags him onward. Probably wise. Firearms absolutely existed throughout frontier life. Of course, cowboys carried them occasionally for protection against predators, rustlers, or simple uncertainty while traveling remote areas. Yet trail work itself depended far more on ropes and horses than gunplay. A revolver could not stop a stampede. You continue toward the stockyards while several cowboys nearby argue loudly about last night's poker game. One insists cheating occurred. Another insists stupidity merely became expensive. Historians studying frontier crime records often note something surprising. Many Western towns experienced lower murder rates than popular mythology suggests, though violence certainly occurred. Newspapers amplified sensational events because readers loved dramatic frontier stories. Apparently, people across all centuries enjoy headlines beginning with phrases like, "You will not believe what happened in Dodge City." The stockyards come into view beyond town now. Immediately, the familiar smell of cattle overwhelms everything else again. Thousands of longhorns crowd fenced pens beneath rising dust clouds, while buyers, ranchers, drovers, and workers move constantly through the chaos. Voices echo across the yards, gates slam, horses weave between narrow passages. Men study cattle with serious expressions usually reserved for military planning, because enormous money stands inside those pens. The cattle industry transformed the West economically after the Civil War. Railroads allowed Texas cattle to reach eastern markets where beef prices remained high. Long drives northward became profitable despite terrible conditions because demand kept growing rapidly in expanding cities. Though cowboys themselves saw relatively little of that wealth, as usual, the hardest workers often received the smallest share. You lean against a fence watching buyers inspect the herd carefully. Some check animal weight, others examine horns, movement, overall condition. Conversations drift through the stockyards filled with numbers, prices, contracts, shipping schedules. Less romantic than Western mythology, perhaps. But this is the real center of cattle drives. Business. A cowboy beside you spits into the dust. "Whole trail for some rich man back east," he mutters. There it is. The quiet resentment many trail riders carried beneath the mythology of freedom. Cowboys occupied strange social ground in frontier society. They became symbols of independence later, yet most actually worked as low-paid wage laborers under ranch owners or cattle companies, temporary workers following seasonal employment. Some historians even compare cowboys loosely to industrial laborers, despite the open landscape surrounding them. Long hours, dangerous conditions, limited pay, little long-term security. Just significantly more horses. The older black cowboy joins you beside the fence again, watching the buyers. "You heading north after this?" he asks. "Probably." Cowboy work rarely stopped permanently. Riders drifted between ranches, drives, rail towns, mining camps, seasonal jobs. Stability remained difficult. Home often became temporary by necessity. You notice several townspeople watching the cowboys from nearby boardwalks. Curious children, shopkeepers, travelers fresh off trains from eastern cities. To them, the riders likely appear mysterious. Dangerous, perhaps. Romantic, even. Funny how quickly outsiders create myths about lives they barely understand. A sudden burst of laughter erupts nearby as one cowboy attempts mounting his horse while still visibly suffering from last night's whiskey decisions. He misses the stirrup entirely and collapses sideways into the dust. The horse watches calmly, clearly disappointed but unsurprised. Several workers applaud politely. Real cowboy life contains much more falling than later movies admitted. The morning sun climbs higher now, warming the stockyards beneath a pale blue sky streaked with railroad smoke. Trains wait beyond town, ready to carry cattle eastward toward Chicago and other growing cities. That changes everything. Railroads slowly shrink the frontier itself. Distances shorten, Towns grow larger. Open ranges begin narrowing beneath fences and expanding settlement. Some cowboys already sense it happening. The old wandering West people imagine may not last forever. You rest your arms along the fence, watching the herd shift restlessly inside the pens. Dust drifts upward through warm morning air while buyers continue their inspections. No gunfights, no dramatic outlaws, just cattle, money, labor, exhaustion, and the enormous machinery of Western expansion turning steadily forward beneath the sky. And somehow, knowing the truth feels more interesting than the legends ever did. After enough weeks on the trail, you stop noticing the smell. That realization should probably concern you more than it does. You stand beside a water barrel behind the boarding house, holding a piece of soap, roughly the size and texture of old cheese, while several exhausted cowboys wait nearby, clutching towels with expressions usually associated with religious pilgrimage. Bathing opportunities on cattle drives were limited, extremely limited. Streams when available, rivers if you felt brave, rainstorms accidentally. More often, however, cowboys simply accumulated layers of dust, sweat, smoke, horsehair, grease, and trail grime until nature itself seemed to give up trying to clean them. The human body adapts surprisingly well to terrible conditions. The human nose adapts even faster. You splash cold water across your face, while muddy runoff immediately turns the ground beneath your boots dark brown. A cowboy nearby removes his hat and releases enough trapped dust to potentially affect regional weather patterns. Several men cough dramatically. Fair reaction. Frontier hygiene existed in a constant battle against practicality. Water sources could be scarce. Time remained limited. Soap cost money. And after riding 12 exhausting hours beneath sun and dust, many cowboys simply collapsed into bedrolls rather than pursuing ambitious grooming goals. Understandable, honestly. Civilization itself becomes optional after enough exhaustion. A rider beside you groans happily while scrubbing his beard. "Haven't seen my own skin in weeks," he mutters. Another cowboy replies immediately, "Probably best for everyone." Laughter drifts softly through the yard. Humor again? Always humor. Cowboys joked constantly about smell, dirt, and clothing, because otherwise the reality might become emotionally overwhelming. Socks hardened stiff from sweat. Shirts collected salt stains thick enough to stand upright independently. Hats absorbed years of weather permanently. And boots. Dear God, the boots. You glance toward a pair drying near the wall beside the water barrel. The leather appears cracked, stained, and exhausted beyond human comprehension, yet still valuable. Good boots mattered enormously on the frontier. Cowboys spent long days riding, walking through mud, crossing rivers, handling livestock, and sleeping outdoors. Poor footwear could destroy a man's ability to work frighteningly fast, which explains why many riders repaired boots endlessly instead of replacing them. Money disappeared quickly in cattle towns. Laundry flaps nearby on ropes strung between buildings, while several women work steadily through piles of clothing large enough to suggest the entire frontier collectively lost a war against cleanliness. Laundresses performed essential labor in Western towns, though history rarely celebrated them with dramatic novels or heroic paintings. Washing cowboy clothing meant battling dirt, sweat, grease, blood occasionally, and smells powerful enough to alter spiritual beliefs. One frontier writer claimed some trail shirts could walk home alone. Difficult to verify scientifically, emotionally believable. You finally manage a partial bath using cold water and extraordinary determination. The results remain modest. Cleaner, perhaps, but not clean exactly. Cowboys often carried permanent traces of trail life, regardless of effort. Sunburned skin, dust trapped beneath fingernails, smoke smell woven into wool and leather, tiny scars from rope burns, saddle wear, insects, weather. The West marked people physically. You dry off while another rider beside the barrel pours an entire bucket over his head, dramatically enough to alarm nearby chickens. Water splashes everywhere. He gasps like a man reborn, then immediately slips in the mud. The frontier remains committed to humility. You pull on a relatively less filthy shirt purchased yesterday from the general store. The fabric feels stiff and unfamiliar compared to your worn trail clothes, almost luxurious. Around you, other cowboys continue similar rituals of temporary restoration. Hair trimmed, beards shaved badly, boots polished with questionable enthusiasm. One man even attempts cologne. An error. The resulting mixture of perfume and cattle odor creates something that should perhaps remain undiscovered by science. Nearby, two riders argue over whether bathing too often weakens the body. Frontier medical theories wandered freely between practical observation and complete nonsense. Some people believed cold water prevented illness. Others thought bathing invited sickness by opening skin pores. Medicine in the 19th century frequently resembled highly confident guessing. You step toward the boarding house porch while sunlight warms the muddy yard. The town bustles beyond the alleyways now. Wagons creaking, horses stamping, piano music drifting faintly from somewhere already preparing for another evening crowd. And despite the fresh shirt and cleaner face, you still feel unmistakably like part of the trail. Maybe that never fully leaves. The older black cowboy sits nearby, repairing a torn sleeve carefully with needle and thread. Cowboys sewed constantly. Clothing ripped too often and replacement cost too much to ignore damage. He glances up briefly. Town don't change the trail much, he says. Interesting thought. Perhaps civilization only covers the frontier temporarily, rather than replacing it entirely. Dust still drifts through every street. Cattle smells reach every building. Mud clings to boots no matter how polished they become afterward. The wilderness remains close here, very close. You remember hearing Eastern visitors describe Western towns as wild and uncivilized after brief visits. But sitting here now watching laundresses work, merchants haggle, cooks prepare meals, blacksmiths repair tools, and exhausted riders quietly mend clothes beneath afternoon sunlight, the place feels less chaotic than simply unfinished. A society still building itself, one muddy boardwalk at a time. A young cowboy suddenly emerges from the boarding house, freshly shaved, almost beyond recognition. The others stare silently for several seconds. Then someone says softly, "Look at that." Turns out he was human. The entire yard erupts laughing. Even the freshly shaved cowboy eventually grins despite himself. Because out here, beneath the dust and sweat and endless labor, moments like this matter. Small laughter, warm sunlight, clean clothes briefly, the rare luxury of not smelling entirely like a frightened horse. And somehow those tiny comforts feel almost as important as food or sleep After enough weeks on the trail, the woman running the boarding house notices everything. You realize this on your second evening there, while sitting quietly near the dining room window, watching sun-lit light spill across the muddy street outside. Cowboys move through town below in drifting groups, while wagon wheels rattle over uneven roads, and piano music begins warming up somewhere farther down the block. Behind you, plates clatter softly in the kitchen. The boarding house owner moves through the room, carrying fresh coffee with calm efficiency that somehow controls the entire building without raising her voice once. Frontier towns depended heavily on women like her. Though later Western stories rarely paid much attention, you sit at the long dinner table beside several exhausted riders, while warm stew fills the room with smells of onions, beef, and fresh bread. Actual vegetables appear again tonight. One cowboy stares at a carrot briefly, as though reunited with a childhood friend. Reasonable reaction, honestly. The boarding house owner sets down another plate without ceremony. "You boys eat before that goes cold," she says. Not a suggestion. Nobody argues. Women managing boarding houses occupied complicated positions across the frontier. They provided food, beds, laundry, order, conversation, sometimes medical care, and often the closest thing wandering cowboys experienced to domestic stability. Many operated businesses independently, despite limited legal and financial rights during the period. Some became remarkably successful. Others worked themselves nearly to death. The frontier rarely offered easy choices. You glance around the dining room while conversation drifts lazily between tired riders. Lamps glow warmly against wallpaper beginning to peel near the ceiling. Boots dry beside the stove. Rain taps softly against windows for the first time all day. Inside feels peaceful. Outside the town continues buzzing with movement and noise. A younger cowboy asks the boarding house owner how long she has lived here. She pauses briefly. "Since before the railroad." Interesting answer. Not years, not dates. The railroad itself becomes the dividing line between two different worlds. Many Western towns transformed completely once rail connections arrived. Population exploded, businesses expanded, prices changed, more travelers appeared, more money, more opportunity perhaps. Also more noise, more permanence. The boarding house owner pours herself coffee, finally sitting for the first time all evening. "Town was smaller then," she says quietly. Several older residents nearby nod in agreement. Frontier memory often carried this strange tension. People arrived seeking growth and prosperity while simultaneously mourning the disappearance of the older, rougher world they helped replace. Human beings remain beautifully contradictory. A woman at another table mends shirts beneath the lamplight, while her young daughter sleeps curled beside folded laundry baskets. Sewing, washing, cooking, bookkeeping, cleaning, teaching children, managing supplies, nursing illnesses. Frontier women often carried exhausting workloads, invisible beneath the louder mythology surrounding cowboys and gunfighters. Without them, Western towns simply would not function. History sometimes whispers its most important truths quietly. Rain intensifies outside now. You listen to it tapping against the windows while warmth from the stove settles through your tired body. After so many nights outdoors, indoor sounds feel strangely intimate. Dishes clinking softly, chairs creaking, floorboards shifting beneath footsteps upstairs. Civilization has its own weather, A traveling salesman staying at the boarding house begins describing Chicago dramatically between bites of stew. Electric lights, huge buildings, endless crowds. Several cowboys listen with expressions suggesting he might actually be describing another planet entirely. The gap between eastern cities and western trail life in the 1870s felt enormous. Some cowboys spent months isolated outdoors, then suddenly entered rapidly modernizing railroad towns connected to distant urban centers through telegraphs and trains. Two different centuries colliding awkwardly. The boarding house owner snorts softly at something in the salesman's story. "Cities still need feeding," she says. Simple sentence, yet there it is. The entire cattle industry summarized neatly. All these trails, storms, river crossings, exhausted riders, endless herds moving north through dust and lightning. Ultimately, the cattle travel eastward to feed expanding industrial cities most cowboys will never see. The frontier connects to the modern world more tightly than many people realize. A piano drifts faintly through the rain from somewhere down the street now. Slower tonight, softer. The sound mixes with thunder rumbling far beyond town, while lamplight flickers warmly across the dining room. You suddenly understand why boarding houses mattered emotionally for wandering cowboys. Not luxury exactly. Most remained crowded, noisy, and simple. But they offered routine. Meals at tables, dry blankets, human voices not carried away immediately by prairie wind, tiny islands of stability. The woman mending shirts nearby glances toward the rain outside. "Drive'll be muddy tomorrow," she says. Every cowboy at the table groans collectively. The frontier builds community through shared suffering remarkably efficiently. Later, after dinner, ends and riders drift slowly toward saloons or beds upstairs. You remain near the window, watching rain blur the town streets into pools of golden lamplight and shadow. The boarding house owner wipes tables quietly nearby. "You heading north again?" she asks eventually. "Probably." Cowboys rarely stayed anywhere permanently. She nods like someone long accustomed to temporary people. That may be another hidden truth of the West. So many lives crossing briefly through towns before disappearing again into distance. Drovers, railroad men, travelers, widows, miners, soldiers, gamblers, immigrants. Everyone moving, everyone building something unfinished. Outside, a rider gallops through the rain, splashing mud across the street, while thunder rolls softly beyond the dark horizon. The boarding house owner closes the curtains carefully against the storm, and for one warm, quiet moment, inside that small western dining room, surrounded by lamplight, rain, and the steady, unseen labor holding frontier life together, the enormous, restless West feels almost like home. Winter arrives across the plains without kindness. There is no gentle transition, no poetic drifting snowflakes, softening the landscape into peaceful silence. The cold simply appears one morning, riding hard on northern wind, turning water buckets into ice, and every cowboy into a deeply offended philosopher. You discover this while waking before dawn, beside a dying campfire, somewhere far north of Texas, months after the warm, dusty cattle trails first began. Your blanket feels stiff with frost, the inside of your nose hurts, and the horse nearby looks personally betrayed by weather itself. The American West in winter frightened even experienced cowboys. Summer heat exhausted men slowly. Winter cold attacked immediately. Blizzards erased trails, rivers froze. Livestock died in huge numbers during severe storms. Riders sometimes vanished entirely beneath snow and wind. The plains possessed terrifying openness in winter. Nothing blocked the cold. You sit upright slowly beside the fire, rubbing your hands together while weak gray dawn spreads across frozen grasslands. The herd stands clustered tightly nearby, steam rising from animal backs into the bitter air. Even the cattle seem quieter now. Cold changes sound somehow. The cook emerges from the chuck wagon wrapped in enough blankets to resemble an irritated moving carpet. He mutters something hostile toward the weather while striking frozen coffee grounds loose from a pot. Tradition continues. You pull your coat tighter around your body, trying unsuccessfully to trap warmth. Frontier winter clothing varied enormously depending on money and luck. Wealthier ranches sometimes supplied heavy wool coats, lined gloves, scarves, and proper boots. Poorer cowboys improvised constantly using blankets, animal hides, newspapers stuffed into boots, or whatever else slowed freezing winds. Comfort remained negotiable, survival less so. A younger cowboy nearby attempts pouring water into a tin cup. It partially freezes before he finishes. Nobody comments because everyone feels equally miserable. Historians studying Western winters often focus on famous disasters. The Great Blizzard of 1886 and 1887 devastated cattle operations across the plains, killing enormous herds and bankrupting ranchers. Some estimates claim hundreds of thousands of cattle died during those brutal seasons. Nature occasionally reminded the frontier who truly controlled events. And nature never argued politely. The wind strengthens, suddenly sweeping across the open prairie, hard enough to sting exposed skin. Snow left from earlier storms crunches beneath boots, while horses lower their heads against the cold. You step toward your mount carefully. The saddle feels like frozen iron. Leather stiffens badly in winter conditions. Reins crack. Straps snap unexpectedly. Fingers lose dexterity frighteningly fast during repairs or rope work. Cowboys performing ordinary tasks in severe cold often resembled exhausted men wrestling frozen furniture outdoors before sunrise. Which, technically, they were. You mount slowly into the saddle, while the eastern sky brightens into pale silver behind distant hills. Breath drifts upward from every animal in thick white clouds. Somewhere beyond camp, a coyote cries through the frozen morning. The sound feels lonelier in winter. Everything does. Cowboys working northern ranges often endured extraordinary isolation during cold months. Summer cattle drives brought movement and companionship. Winter scattered ranch hands across remote camps and line shacks where men spent weeks repairing fences, checking livestock, and surviving weather severe enough to alter memory afterward. You guide your horse slowly beside the herd while snow crunches beneath hooves. The plains stretch outward white and empty beneath low gray clouds. Beautiful in a dangerous way. A rider farther ahead wraps a scarf tighter across his face, leaving only narrowed eyes visible against the wind. Conversation disappears almost completely in this weather. Cold steals words directly from mouths before they travel anywhere useful. Probably for the best, honestly. Nobody possesses enough warmth for meaningful discussion. The herd moves reluctantly across frozen ground, searching for grass beneath snow patches. Winter grazing became difficult during harsh seasons, especially when ice trapped vegetation below hard-crusted layers. Cattle could not break through easily. Cowboys sometimes spent entire days helping weakened animals stand again after storms. The romantic Western myth rarely includes frozen manure and desperate livestock management. Curious omission. You flex numb fingers against the reins, while snow begins drifting lightly through the air again. Small flakes at first, then more. The older black cowboy rides beside you, wrapped heavily in wool and leather. Frost clings white along his beard. "Bad sky," he mutters. You glance upward. He is right. Clouds gather thicker now, rolling low across the plains with unsettling speed. The air feels heavier somehow, still colder. Every experienced rider recognizes the signs. Storm coming! Again. Winter storms on the plains could arrive astonishingly fast, especially across open range country with few natural barriers. Whiteout conditions erased visibility completely. Cowboys sometimes lost entire herds simply because snow and wind swallowed direction itself. You remember the river crossing months earlier, the stampede, the thunderstorms. Every season here carries its own methods of destruction. The first hard gust hits moments later, carrying snow sideways across the grasslands. Horses immediately tense. Several cattle bunch closer together while riders spread outward instinctively preparing for another difficult day. Cowboy life rarely allows long, peaceful stretches. You pull your hat lower against the rising wind while the storm builds rapidly across the prairie. Snow now blows hard enough to blur distant shapes. Fence lines disappear gradually beneath white drifting curtains. A younger rider curses loudly after losing one glove to the wind. Everyone watches it tumble away across the snow. Nobody attempts rescue. Some things simply belong to winter once dropped. The storm thickens further, while the herd presses onward slowly through freezing wind. Your face burns from cold despite scarves and collar pulled high. Ice forms along the horse's mane. Every breath feels sharp into your chest. And still the work continues, because cattle still need moving, fences still need repairing, horses still need feeding. The frontier cared very little about comfort, yet somewhere inside, the frozen silence of that enormous white prairie, while snow sweeps endlessly across the plains and riders hunch low against bitter wind, you begin understanding another hidden truth of cowboy life. The West was never conquered. People merely survived inside it temporarily. The farther west and north you travel, the more the land begins speaking in quiet reminders. Old campfire circles near rivers, broken wagon wheels half buried in grass, abandoned military posts weathering slowly beneath endless sky, and sometimes, more unsettling than anything else, silence where entire communities once stood. You ride through cold morning light beside the herd, while frost still clings silver across the plains. The winter storm from yesterday has passed, leaving the air sharp and painfully clear. Every distant hill appears close enough to touch. The older black cowboy rides quietly nearby. Neither of you speaks much today. Some landscapes discourage unnecessary conversation. Ahead, the trail crosses broad open country, marked occasionally by old telegraph poles leaning crookedly against the horizon. Ravens circle above scattered cottonwoods near a frozen creek. Snow crunches steadily beneath the horses. Beautiful land. Heavy land? You begin noticing signs gradually. An old wagon trail cutting westward. Burned timber remains near a hillside. A small cluster of weathered grave markers surrounded by broken fence posts. Frontier landscapes carried layers of conflict invisible to many newcomers, rushing westward in search of cattle profits, railroad expansion, farmland, or gold. Cowboys often traveled directly through territories profoundly transformed by recent wars and forced removals. The American West in the 1870s remained deeply shaped by violence between the United States government and native nations defending their homelands. Treaties shifted constantly. Military campaigns expanded westward. Entire communities faced displacement, starvation, confinement, or destruction. Yet many trail riders understood only fragments of that enormous history unfolding around them. The cattle continue moving slowly through frozen grass, while your horse breathes steam into the cold morning air. Somewhere in the distance, a hawk circles above open plains. The older cowboy eventually gestures toward low hills ahead. "Cheyenne country once," he says quietly. "Once." The word hangs heavily in the cold air. Many cattle trails crossed lands recently controlled or inhabited by native nations, including the Cheyenne, Comanche, Kiowa, Lakota, Arapaho, Apache, and countless others. Some interactions between cowboys and native groups remained peaceful or practical. Others became tense or violent, depending on circumstances. Military presence, broken treaties, and competition over resources. History here refuses simplification again. You ride onward, watching snow drift softly across the grasslands, while the older cowboy continues speaking after a long silence. "Army moved through here hard after the war. No further explanation needed." The Indian Wars stretched across decades through the 19th century, though even that phrase oversimplifies enormously complicated realities involving expansion, resistance, survival, politics, and enormous cultural destruction. Soldiers, settlers, railroads, ranchers, buffalo hunters, and cattle drives all contributed differently to the transformation of native lands. And beneath every official document or military report stood ordinary human lives trying desperately to survive change arriving faster than anyone fully understood. You pass a small abandoned structure near midday. Half collapsed now, snow gathered against broken walls. The trail boss mentions quietly that it once served as a trading post before conflict drove most traffic elsewhere. Places vanish quickly on the frontier, especially unstable places. A younger cowboy farther ahead asks whether native raids still happen nearby. The question drifts awkwardly through the cold air. Popular Western stories often portrayed native people almost entirely through fear and violence, ignoring the enormous diversity of cultures, alliances, histories, and realities across the plains. Some settlers and cowboys genuinely feared attacks because violence absolutely occurred during periods of conflict. Yet many frontier travelers never experienced direct violence at all, despite sensational newspaper reports suggesting otherwise. Fear sold papers efficiently then, too. The older cowboy beside you snorts softly. Mostly folks trying to survive same as anybody. Simple answer? Perhaps the truest one. The herd pauses briefly near a frozen stream, while riders water horses carefully through broken ice. You kneel beside the bank, watching pale sunlight shimmer across the water beneath thin, drifting snow. Silence settles around the plains again. Not empty silence, watching silence. You think about the endless movement shaping this land now. Cattle trails, railroad expansion, settler wagons, military patrols, telegraph lines stretching farther west each year. The frontier changes constantly beneath everyone's boots, and someone always pays the price for those changes. A rider nearby notices old markings carved faintly into a cottonwood tree near the stream bank. Dates nearly erased by weather, initials worn soft with time, evidence of travelers long gone. The West collects ghosts quickly. By afternoon, the herd begins moving again beneath pale winter sunlight. The cold eases slightly, the wind still cuts sharply across open country. Your horse steps carefully through patches of snow, while cattle spread wider, searching for grass beneath frozen ground. The trail boss rides back along the line, reminding everyone to stay alert near upcoming territory, where tensions reportedly increased recently after disputes involving ranchers and reservation boundaries. Even rumors affect behavior out here. Cowboys check rifles more carefully, voices lower, eyes scan distant ridges longer than before. Yet nothing happens. No dramatic ambushes, no cinematic cavalry charges. Only cold prairie stretching endlessly beneath huge western sky. That may be another uncomfortable truth history often forgets. Fear itself shaped frontier life almost as powerfully as actual violence did. Rumors traveled ahead of reality. Newspapers magnified danger. Politicians exploited uncertainty. Entire populations learned to expect conflict constantly, even during long, quiet periods. Humans remain talented at frightening one another. The sun lowers slowly toward evening, now painting snow-covered plains with soft gold light. The herd moves calmly through the cold, while ravens glide overhead against fading sky. Beautiful again. The West always remains beautiful somehow, despite everything carried within it. And as you ride onward through lands filled with memory, conflict, silence, and change, you begin understanding something difficult but important. Cowboys were never alone out here. They were simply one more group, passing through a much older story, already written across the plains. By the time spring returns to the plains, the mud becomes almost personal. Every trail turns soft and treacherous beneath melting snow. Wagon wheels sink deep into the earth. Horses splash through brown water for hours at a time. Boots collect enough mud to qualify as permanent landscape features. And somewhere behind all this misery, wealthy cattle owners continue calculating profits. You ride slowly beside the herd beneath pale gray morning clouds, while cold rain drifts across the prairie in thin, miserable curtains. The cattle move reluctantly through churned ground, each step sucking noisily from the mud. Nobody speaks much. This weather removes language from people. The trail boss rides ahead, wrapped in an oilskin coat darkened with rain. Beyond him, the herd stretches endlessly across the plains, horns and backs moving through mist like some exhausted prehistoric migration. Cowboy life depended completely on cattle economics. Few riders truly controlled. Ranch owners, investors, railroad companies, meat packers, bankers, and land speculators shaped the industry from distant offices or large ranch houses, while trail hands endured storms, injuries, sleepless nights, and months away from home. The mythology later focused on rugged independence. Reality involved payroll. You wipe rainwater from your face while your horse struggles through another muddy stretch near a shallow creek crossing. The animal snorts irritably. Fair reaction. A younger cowboy farther back curses loudly after losing one boot temporarily to the mud. Two riders nearly fall laughing before their own horses stumble moments later. The prairie enforces humility equally. You glance toward the chuck wagon grinding slowly behind the herd. Even the cook appears defeated by the weather today. His hat droops sadly beneath the rain, while the wagon wheels carve deep scars through the trail. Spring drives often became brutal for entirely different reasons than winter ones. Not freezing death exactly, just endless wet exhaustion, damp blankets, rotting leather, sick cattle, fever spreading through camps, mud everywhere forever. Some historians argue disease probably killed more cowboys than gunfights ever did. Far less cinematic, much more accurate. The older black cowboy rides beside you again sometime near midday, while rain softens briefly into mist. Heard the ranch owner bought another spread south, he says quietly. Interesting. The ranch owner himself remains hundreds of miles away, probably dry, probably indoors. The cattle industry during the late 19th century created enormous fortunes for certain investors and ranchers. Large cattle barons controlled vast tracts of land and livestock through hired labor systems dependent on cowboys earning relatively modest wages. $30 or $40 monthly remained common for many riders, despite the extreme demands of trail work. Some men saved money carefully, hoping eventually to buy small ranches themselves. Others spent wages quickly in cattle towns before drifting toward the next job. Long-term stability remained difficult when work itself stayed seasonal and uncertain. You ask the older cowboy whether he ever considered owning land. He smiles faintly beneath the rain. Everybody thinks about owning land. Then after a pause, not everybody gets the chance. The answer settles heavily between you. Land ownership across the West carried enormous complications involving race, wealth, politics, railroad expansion, government policy, and access to capital. Some black cowboys eventually built successful ranches or farms. Others faced legal barriers and economic systems designed to keep opportunity uneven. The frontier promised freedom loudly, delivered it selectively. The herd slows near higher ground, where grass finally appears less drowned beneath the endless mud. Riders spread outward automatically, guiding cattle toward firmer footing, while distant thunder rolls softly through the gray sky again. Always weather. The West never stops negotiating through weather. A rider ahead waves toward several fenced sections appearing along the horizon. Barbed wire. The sight changes the mood immediately. Cowboys developed complicated feelings about fences. Open-range culture depended on vast, unfenced grazing land, where cattle moved freely across enormous distances. Barbed wire transformed that system rapidly during the late 1870s and 1880s. Cheaper than wooden fencing, far more practical across the plains, and deeply hated by many riders, the younger cowboy from earlier spits into the mud. "Wire's ruining everything," he mutters. Perhaps exaggerated, perhaps not. Barbed wire changed the physical and emotional geography of the West. Open movement narrowed, trails shifted, conflicts erupted between ranchers, farmers, and cattle interests over access to land and water. Some fence-cutting wars turned violent enough to attract national attention. The frontier itself slowly divided into ownership. You ride closer toward the fences now, while rain taps steadily against your coat. Sharp metal wire stretches across the plains in long, unnatural lines. Simple invention, massive consequences. Historians sometimes describe barbed wire as one of the most important technologies in Western expansion because it allowed controlled private land use across regions previously difficult to fence economically. Not heroic, not romantic, just transformative. Much like railroads, much like money, a calf suddenly catches briefly against a lower strand while pushing through muddy ground near the fence line. Several riders rush forward, helping free the frightened animal before injury worsens. Even cattle dislike boundaries. By evening, the rain finally weakens, while camp forms beside a shallow rise overlooking the muddy plains. Fires struggle against damp wood. Coffee tastes faintly of smoke and despair. Blankets remain permanently wet despite everyone's best efforts. Cowboys sit quietly around the fire eating beans, while thunder drifts farther eastward. At last, one rider jokes that wealthy ranch owners should personally ride through spring mud before collecting profits. Several men nod enthusiastically. Another cowboy points out that wealthy ranch owners generally became wealthy specifically by avoiding spring mud. Fair point? Laughter drifts softly through the wet evening air. Tired laughter, the kind produced more by survival than amusement. You stare out across the darkening prairie while distant fence lines cut faint shadows against the horizon beneath fading storm clouds. The West keeps changing. Railroads, fences, growing towns, expanding ranches, more ownership, less open sky perhaps, and somewhere between the mud, cattle, exhaustion, and endless labor beneath uncertain weather, you begin understanding another hidden truth of cowboy life. Freedom always belonged partly to whoever held the deed. Illness on the frontier arrives quietly at first, a cough lingering too long beside the campfire, a fever dismissed as exhaustion, a rider moving slower each morning until everyone suddenly realizes something is seriously wrong. The West contains many dangers cowboys expect. Storms, stampedes, rivers, freezing weather, but sickness unsettles people differently because it ignores skill entirely. The strongest rider on the trail can become helpless within days beneath fever or infection, and medical help remains very far away. You sit beside the chuck wagon one cold evening, watching the cook heat water over low flames while rain drifts softly through camp. The herd settles quietly beyond the firelight, their dark shapes barely visible beneath cloudy skies. Nearby, one younger cowboy lies wrapped in blankets, sweating heavily despite the chill air. Fever, probably from an infected cut along his hand. Maybe something worse. Frontier medicine in the 1870s existed somewhere between practical experience, folk remedies, luck, and complete madness. Germ theory had not fully transformed medical understanding across rural America yet. Many people still believed disease spread through bad air, imbalance, weakness, dampness, sinful behavior, or combinations of all four, which must have made ordinary life emotionally exhausting. The cook stirs something steaming in a small pot. Smells terrible. Naturally, a rider beside you mutters, "That'll cure him or finish him." Honestly difficult to know which. Cowboys carried astonishing collections of strange remedies across the frontier. Chewing tobacco pressed against wounds, whiskey for pain, gunpowder mixtures, onion poultices, salt water rinses, bacon grease rubbed onto infections, turpentine treatments that sound less medicinal and more like industrial sabotage. Some remedies genuinely helped. Others probably accelerated conversations with the afterlife. The older black cowboy kneels beside the feverish rider, checking his forehead carefully. His movements remain calm and practiced. "You ever work with cattle long enough," he says quietly, "you learn some doctoring." True enough, remote ranches and trail camps often relied on whoever possessed experience rather than formal medical training. Midwives, Army veterans, indigenous healers, ranch wives, former nurses, and older cowboys all shared practical knowledge gathered through necessity. The frontier rewarded useful competence regardless of official credentials. At least occasionally, rain taps softly against the wagon canvas overhead, while firelight flickers across tired faces gathered around camp. Someone passes coffee quietly from hand to hand. The sick cowboy wakes briefly, coughing hard enough to double over in pain. Every rider nearby looks away slightly afterward. Fear spreads easily around illness, especially where doctors remain distant rumors. You remember hearing stories in town about frontier dentists pulling teeth with whiskey and brute force, while patients gripped chair arms hard enough to splinter wood. Surgery without proper anesthesia still occurred regularly in isolated regions. Infection killed people from injuries modern medicine barely notices today. A simple cut, a bad tooth, one unlucky fever. History feels much closer when survival depends on luck this heavily. The cook finally hands over the steaming medicine mixture. The smell alone nearly kills everyone nearby. The sick cowboy stares at the cup suspiciously. Reasonable instinct. Drink it, the cook growls. The rider obeys reluctantly. Immediately, his face twists with visible regret. Several cowboys begin laughing softly. Not cruel laughter, relieved laughter. People on the frontier often joked during illness because the alternative involved confronting how fragile life truly remained out here. Humor acts like emotional insulation. A rider farther across the fire suddenly begins describing a frontier doctor he once met in Kansas who claimed whiskey cured snakebite, influenza, insomnia, broken ribs, loneliness, and poor gambling luck simultaneously. Another cowboy snorts. Doctor just liked whiskey. Correct diagnosis, probably. Yet alcohol genuinely served important medical purposes before modern pharmaceuticals became widely available. Pain relief, sedation, cleaning wounds occasionally, also making terrible circumstances briefly feel manageable. Humanity has relied on that particular medicine for quite some time. The rain stops gradually while clouds drift apart overhead, revealing scattered stars between dark sky patches. The herd breathes quietly beyond camp now. Horses stand motionless near the remuda tails, flicking lazily against insects. Peaceful night. Mostly. You notice the younger cowboy sleeping more calmly at last beneath the blankets. Fever still burns across his face, though his breathing sounds steadier now. Maybe he improves, maybe not. Frontier illness carried enormous uncertainty because outcomes often depended less on treatment than simple survival odds. Some people recovered from horrifying injuries unexpectedly. Others died from infections beginning as tiny scratches. Historians studying mortality rates in Western territories often emphasize how common early death remained across all populations. Disease shaped frontier life constantly, even when Western mythology preferred focusing on gunfighters and cattle drives. A rider near the fire rolls up his sleeve, revealing an old scar running almost the length of his forearm. Horse kick years ago. He claims a ranch woman stitched the wound using fishing line and whiskey while threatening to shoot him if he screamed too loudly. Possibly exaggerated, though not impossibly so. The older black cowboy finally sits back beside the fire, rubbing tired hands toward the warmth. Folks out here survive because somebody knows something useful, he says quietly. Interesting thought. Not because anyone conquers the West through bravery alone, because people share knowledge. How to treat fever, how to calm cattle, how to survive winter storms, how to pull a wagon from mud, how to keep moving despite exhaustion. Civilization itself begins there, perhaps, in tiny acts of practical care beneath difficult skies. The fire burns lower while camp slowly settles into silence around you. One by one, the riders disappear into blankets and darkness beyond the fading light. Somewhere distant, a coyote calls softly across the prairie. You remain awake a little longer, watching sparks drift upward into the cold night air. And there beside the chuck wagon beneath scattered western stars, surrounded by coffee, strange medicine, tired laughter, and men quietly trying to keep one another alive, you begin understanding another truth hidden beneath the cowboy myth. The frontier survived on cooperation far more than toughness. Loneliness arrives slowly on the plains. At first, the open land feels exciting, freeing even, endless horizon in every direction, no crowded streets, no factories, no walls pressing close around your thoughts, just sky, wind, horses, and movement. Then one evening you look west across a burning orange sunset with nobody nearby speaking for miles, and the silence suddenly feels enormous enough to swallow a person whole. You ride alone today, along the outer edge of the herd, while cold spring wind moves steadily through the grasslands. The other cowboys spread far across the plains in distant scattered figures barely visible through drifting dust. Hours pass sometimes without hearing another human voice clearly. The cattle breathe, leather creaks, birds call occasionally from hidden brush, and your own thoughts begin growing louder than expected. Cowboys spent extraordinary amounts of time alone, even while technically working in groups. Riders spread out across herds for miles. Night guards circled independently through darkness. Ranch work scattered men across isolated line camps and remote grazing areas. The mythology later emphasized rugged independence proudly. Reality often felt emotionally exhausting. You adjust your hat against the wind, while the herd drifts slowly northward beneath pale blue sky. Grass ripples endlessly around the cattle like ocean waves moving beneath sunlight. Beautiful landscape, dangerous landscape, lonely landscape. A rider far ahead raises one hand briefly signaling direction changes near a shallow draw. You return the gesture automatically, though the distance between you feels vast, despite sharing the same trail. The older black cowboy once told you loneliness affects men differently out here. Some become quieter. Some start talking endlessly. Some drink too much in towns. Some ride farther away from camp each evening than necessary, simply to feel the silence harder. And some never quite return emotionally after enough years wandering the plains. You understand what he means now. The prairie changes thinking itself somehow. Modern people rarely experience true emptiness anymore. Noise follows constantly. Streets, machines, crowds, music, news, endless information pressing against the mind. Out here, silence stretches wide enough for memory to wander freely, sometimes too freely. You begin remembering strange small things while riding. A childhood kitchen smell, rain against windows somewhere far east, the sound of train whistles in distant towns, faces half forgotten. The mind reaches backward when the landscape ahead contains nothing but horizon. A meadowlark lands briefly on a fence post nearby before lifting away again into the wind. The only company for miles. Cowboys often formed deep emotional attachments to animals, partly because human companionship remained inconsistent. Horses especially became listeners. Routine, stability. Some riders talked to them constantly. Others simply appreciated another living creature sharing the silence. One trail journal reportedly described a cowboy grieving harder for a dead horse than for most people he knew. Harsh, perhaps, but understandable. You stop briefly near a shallow creek, allowing your horse to drink, while sunlight flashes softly across moving water. The herd spreads quietly behind you through the grasslands, slow and distant beneath the huge sky. Everything feels small out here, including yourself. That realization unsettles some people deeply. Others find comfort in it. A hawk circles high overhead, while wind brushes through the cottonwoods along the creek bank. You realize suddenly how few permanent things exist in cowboy life. Temporary camps, seasonal work, short stays in towns, faces appearing and disappearing along the trail. Even the cattle themselves belong mostly to distant ranch owners. Cowboys move constantly through landscapes without truly possessing any part of them. Perhaps that freedom carries loneliness naturally attached. By afternoon, clouds begin gathering low across the western horizon, though no storm arrives yet. The air turns softer somehow, warmer. You ride beside the herd half lost in thought, until sudden singing drifts faintly across the plains from another distant rider. One voice only, soft, barely audible through the wind. Yet immediately the silence feels different, less empty. Music mattered deeply on the frontier, partly because it bridged distance. Songs traveled farther than conversation across open land. Riders sang to cattle, to horses, to campfires, to themselves. Music filled space where companionship could not always reach a man. You find yourself humming quietly too, almost without noticing. The herd keeps moving steadily north, while sunlight glows pale gold across the prairie grass. Dust rises softly around the cattle now. Shadows lengthen. Another long day nearing evening. Cowboys sometimes wrote letters during rare moments in towns, though many lacked permanent addresses to receive replies consistently. Relationships faded. Families remained far away. News arrived months late, or not at all. The frontier disconnected people emotionally as much as geographically. One older rider once admitted he stopped writing home because it hurt too much imagining lives continuing without him back east. You think about that while watching the endless plains roll outward beneath gathering clouds. How many cowboys kept moving simply because stopping felt harder? How many confused wandering with freedom? The trail boss signals camp soon ahead near a line of low trees bordering another creek. Relief spreads quietly through your tired body. Even exhausted camps feel comforting after long, solitary rides through open country. Smoke will rise soon. Coffee, voices around the fire, maybe stories, maybe laughter. Tiny human warmth against enormous, empty land. As the herd turns slowly toward camping ground, you glance once more across the vast western horizon stretching endlessly beneath evening sky. Beautiful enough to break your heart slightly. And there among the grass, dust, silence, and distance of the American West, you begin understanding another hidden truth of cowboy life. Loneliness was not an accident of the frontier. It was part of the landscape itself. The fire burns low and orange beneath the night sky, while stories begin drifting through camp like smoke. This always happens after supper. The herd settles quietly beyond the circle of firelight. cattle breathing slowly beneath the stars, while horses stand half asleep near the remuda. Coffee boils gently beside the chuck wagon. Someone passes around a dented tin cup containing whiskey of deeply questionable origin, and gradually, as darkness thickens across the prairie, the stories emerge. Cowboys told stories constantly, not because frontier life lacked reality, because reality often became easier to carry once reshaped into narrative. You sit wrapped in a blanket near the fire while cold night wind brushes softly through the grasslands. Sparks rise upward, disappearing into enormous fields of stars overhead. The younger cowboy with terrible rope skills begins first tonight. Apparently, he once saw a ghost rider crossing the plains during a thunderstorm somewhere near New Mexico. Horse black as midnight, no face beneath the hat, hooves making no sound. Several men groan immediately. "That's just Frank after whiskey," somebody mutters. Laughter circles the fire. Still, nobody completely dismisses the story. The frontier encouraged superstition naturally. Endless darkness, isolation, exhaustion, strange noises drifting through open country at night. Human imagination expands dramatically beneath enormous skies and insufficient sleep. One cowboy insists he heard phantom drums once near a river crossing in Kansas. Another swears certain prairie lights follow travelers after midnight. The cook claims all stories are nonsense, while simultaneously refusing to walk alone beyond the firelight after dark. Interesting contradiction. You sip coffee, listening quietly while the fire crackles beside you. Somewhere far off, a coyote howls toward the moon. Another answers. The sound slips through camp softly enough to raise goosebumps anyway. Cowboys often carried folklore from every place they had traveled before reaching the West. Southern ghost tales, Irish legends, Mexican spirits, Civil War stories, native stories half understood and badly retold, mining camp rumors, railroad myths. The frontier became a giant mixing ground for fears and imagination, and fear travels remarkably well through darkness. The older black cowboy finally speaks from across the fire. "Used to ride with a man swore he'd seen the lost Dutchman gold." Several riders leaned forward immediately. Now this is serious frontier storytelling. Lost treasure stories spread endlessly across the West during the 19th century. Hidden gold mines, buried outlaw fortunes, vanished Spanish silver, entire imaginary landscapes built from greed and loneliness. Most treasure remained conveniently undiscovered forever. Curious pattern? The older cowboy smiles faintly beneath the firelight. Said mountains moved around him. Nobody interrupts. Kept riding in circles. Claimed voices called his name after dark. A younger rider asks whether the man found gold. The older cowboy shrugs. He found whiskey mostly. More laughter. Campfire stories balanced somewhere between entertainment, warning, and emotional survival. Men processing fear through humor, isolation through shared imagination, long, dangerous days transformed into narratives easier to remember afterward. Even ordinary events became larger around firelight, especially around whiskey. The wind shifts slightly, carrying the smell of sagebrush and distant cattle through camp. Overhead, the stars appear impossibly bright tonight. No town nearby, no railroad lights, just the enormous untouched darkness of the plains. One rider begins describing strange prairie lights seen during winter storms, blue flames dancing above frozen grass. Another insists they are caused by swamp gas somehow despite the complete absence of swamps. Scientific confidence remained flexible on the frontier. A cowboy near the fire suddenly points toward the darkness beyond camp. Everyone turns immediately. Nothing there? Absolutely nothing. Yet for several seconds nobody speaks. That is another truth about the plains at night. The darkness feels alive even when empty. Movement always seems possible just beyond sight. Predators, storms, outlaws perhaps, or simply imagination growing stronger beneath the stars. Eventually, someone throws a biscuit at the cowboy who pointed. Justice served. The conversation drifts toward outlaw stories next. Jesse James, Billy the Kid, Wild Bill Hickok, names already becoming legends, while many still lived. Historians continue debating how much of frontier outlaw mythology was exaggerated almost immediately through newspapers and dime novels. Probably quite a lot. Real criminals often looked less glamorous than later stories preferred. More dirty laundry, less dramatic staring into sunsets. Still, people hungered for legends. Perhaps isolated lives require larger stories surrounding them. The younger cowboy asks whether anyone here has actually seen a famous outlaw. Silence follows briefly. Then the cook snorts. Every drunk fool in Kansas claims he's met 3. Fair point. You lean back slightly, watching sparks drift upward into the cold night sky. Around you, the riders relax deeper into blankets and storytelling rhythm, while the herd breathes quietly beyond camp. This part of cowboy life rarely appears in grand Western mythology. Not violence, not heroics, just tired men sitting around fires trying to make darkness feel smaller through conversation. A rider beside you suddenly begins singing softly. Not one of the trail songs used for cattle. Something older, sadder. The melody drifts gently across camp while everyone grows quiet. No piano, no saloon noise, only one tired voice beneath endless stars. The prairie listens. So do you. When the song ends, nobody speaks for several moments afterward. Words seem unnecessary suddenly. The fire burns lower now, collapsing softly inward while riders disappear gradually into blankets and sleep around the fading light. One by one the stories end. The laughter fades. Even the coyotes grow quiet. Only wind remains moving gently through the grass. You stare upward at the enormous western sky, feeling very small and strangely peaceful beneath it. And somewhere between the ghost stories, outlaw legends, lonely songs, whiskey laughter, and endless darkness stretching beyond the firelight, you begin understanding another hidden truth of cowboy life. People tell stories in wild places because stories themselves become shelter. The rattlesnake announces itself before you ever see it. A dry, sharp buzzing hidden somewhere beneath the prairie grass, loud enough to stop both you and the horse instantly. The animal beneath you freezes hard, ears forward, muscles tight as wire. Smart horse, very smart horse. You pull gently on the reins while scanning the ground ahead through the tall yellow grass, waving softly beneath afternoon wind. The sound comes again. Closer this time. Then finally, you spot the snake coiled beside a sun-warmed rock no more than a few feet from the trail. Its body barely moves. Only the tail, buzzing steadily like a tiny machine warning the world to stay away. Reasonable request, honestly. You guide the horse carefully sideways, while another rider behind you mutters something deeply unfriendly toward all reptiles. The rattlesnake watches silently until the cattle begin drifting too near the grass patch. Immediately, several cowboys move quickly, redirecting the herd away from danger. Cowboys encountered dangerous animals constantly across the West, though later mythology often exaggerated dramatic attacks while ignoring quieter daily risks. Snakes, insects, wolves, wild horses, aggressive cattle, and even ordinary livestock accidents injured far more riders than cinematic gunfights. Nature preferred practical methods. The younger cowboy from the trail nearly rides directly over the snake before noticing everyone else staring at him in horror. His horse saves him by refusing to move forward. Again, at this point, the animal deserves partial wages. Several riders laugh weakly afterward, while the younger cowboy pretends complete control over the situation. Pride survives remarkably well on the frontier, despite overwhelming evidence against it. The herd keeps moving slowly beneath hot afternoon sunlight, while the snake disappears silently into the grass behind you. One danger gone, plenty remaining. The plains stretch outward, dry and shimmering beneath endless sky. Grasshoppers leap everywhere beneath cattle hooves, while hawks circle high overhead, riding warm air currents. Beautiful country, alive country. The older black cowboy rides beside you sometime later while pointing toward distant movement near a ridge. Antelope, dozens of them. They move across the grasslands with astonishing speed and grace, before vanishing almost instantly beyond the hills. The West still contains enormous wildlife populations during the 1870s, though many already decline rapidly under expanding settlement, railroad construction, hunting, and commercial exploitation. Buffalo herds, once covering vast stretches of the plains, have been devastated within only a few decades. Some cowboys still remember seeing enormous herds darkening entire horizons. Now those memories already sound almost mythical. You ride onward beneath blazing sunlight while insects buzz endlessly through the warm air. Sweat gathers beneath your collar again, despite the dry prairie wind. Then suddenly the cattle ahead begin shifting nervously. Not panic exactly, alertness. Several heads lift simultaneously toward a shallow draw farther west. You follow their attention. A small wolf pack stands watching from the distance, thin gray shapes against the grasslands. Still, silent, the younger riders immediately begin reaching for rifles. The older cowboys do not. Wolves occasionally threatened weak calves or isolated livestock, especially during harsh winters. But many frontier stories exaggerated their danger dramatically. Real wolves generally preferred avoiding large groups of humans whenever possible, which honestly seems wise. The pack watches the herd briefly before melting away through the grass almost invisibly. Gone within seconds. One cowboy spits thoughtfully afterward. Smarter than people, he says. Hard to argue. Predators fascinated and frightened frontier communities, partly because they symbolized wilderness itself, refusing complete control. Wolves especially became loaded with folklore, exaggeration, and fear far beyond their actual behavior in many regions. Human beings often invent monsters from ordinary animals remarkably efficiently. A sudden commotion erupts farther ahead. One steer has broken sideways into brush after something startled it. Immediately, several riders race forward while the rest of the herd bunches nervously nearby. You guide your horse hard through the grass after the movement. Then you hear it, snorting, heavy crashing sounds. The steer explodes backward from the brush, followed immediately by a wild boar charging in furious confusion. The entire situation becomes ridiculous instantly. The boar races wildly between horses while riders shout and cattle scatter sideways. Your horse nearly jumps beneath you, avoiding the animal as it barrels through the grass with astonishing determination and absolutely no visible plan. One cowboy loses his hat. Another loses his dignity entirely. The boar finally disappears downhill into a creek bed, leaving behind chaos, dust, and deeply offended livestock. Silence follows briefly. Then the entire group erupts laughing. Even the trail boss laughs, which feels historically significant. Wild animals on the frontier rarely behaved according to human expectations. Bears wandered into camps searching for food. Horses spooked at rabbits. Cattle stampeded because birds flew unexpectedly from grass. Coyotes stole supplies. Skunks created emotional devastation beyond scientific explanation. Nature refused orderly cooperation. The afternoon drifts onward afterward, beneath soft golden sunlight, while the herd gradually calms again. Dust floats lazily through warm air around the cattle now. You notice how alert the horses remain constantly, ears turning toward sounds humans barely detect, bodies responding instantly to movement hidden in grass or brush. Trail horses survive because attention keeps them alive. Perhaps people work similarly. As evening approaches, the riders finally guide the herd toward camping ground near a creek lined with cottonwoods. The water reflects orange sunset light, while insects hum softly through the cooling air. Another day ending. Another collection of small dangers survived. You dismount stiffly beside the creek, while your horse lowers its head gratefully toward the water. The animal carried you safely through snakes, wolves, charging boars, nervous cattle, and another endless day beneath western sky. Not bad work, honestly. Nearby, the younger cowboy tells the boar story, already exaggerating its size dramatically. Naturally, by tomorrow, it will probably become a buffalo with knives. You sit near the water, watching evening shadows stretch slowly across the prairie, while distant coyotes begin calling once again beneath the fading light. And somewhere between the rattlesnakes hidden in grass, wolves watching silently from distant hills, charging animals exploding unexpectedly from brush, and horses reacting faster than human thought itself, you begin understanding another hidden truth of cowboy life. The frontier never stopped reminding people they were visitors in a living world. You hear the train long before you see it. A distant metallic howl drifting across the plains sometime after sunrise, while the herd moves slowly through dry summer grass. At first, the sound barely seems real, thin, echoing strangely across the open land. Then your horse reacts, ears lifting sharply. Several cattle raise their heads uneasily, and somewhere far ahead along the horizon, smoke begins climbing into the sky. The railroad. Even now, the sight still feels unnatural. You ride beside the herd, watching the black smoke rise steadily against pale blue morning sky, while telegraph poles march beside the tracks in long straight lines, disappearing westward into the distance. The frontier is changing again, faster now. Railroads transformed the American West more completely than almost anything else during the 19th century. Towns exploded into existence beside tracks almost overnight. Travel times collapsed dramatically. Markets expanded. Migration increased. Military movement accelerated. Cattle drives themselves slowly began losing importance as rail connections pushed farther south toward Texas. Some cowboys already understand what that means. The great open trail era may not last forever. The younger cowboy from earlier rides closer, squinting toward the smoke. "Ugly thing," he mutters. "Interesting reaction." Many frontier workers admired trains while simultaneously resenting them. Railroads brought opportunity, certainly. Jobs, supplies, faster communication, economic growth. But they also brought fences, settlement, corporate ownership, changing landscapes, and the slow shrinking of the old wandering frontier life. Modernity rarely arrives quietly. The train finally appears beyond a low rise sometime near midday. Huge, black iron gleaming beneath sunlight. The locomotive roars across the plains, trailing smoke and sparks behind it, while freight cars rattle endlessly along the tracks. The sound hits the herd immediately. Panic ripples through the cattle. Several animals bolt sideways. Horses tense beneath riders. Cowboys race outward, instantly calming the edges before fear spreads wider through the herd. Steam engines terrified livestock at first. Noise, smoke, vibrations, whistles, everything about trains felt monstrous to animals accustomed only to wind, storms, predators, and open land. Honestly, the trains look fairly monstrous to people, too. You guide your horse carefully beside the restless cattle, while the locomotive thunders past not far away. Men lean from the train cars, watching the cattle drive with expressions somewhere between curiosity and amusement. Two different worlds crossing briefly. The train keeps moving eastward, carrying freight. Passengers, newspapers, mail, machinery, manufactured goods, perhaps even wealthy travelers who will later describe the frontier from hotel windows without ever touching trail dust themselves. The cattle continue north slowly beneath the smoke. Older, slower, organic movement beside steel momentum. A rider beside you spits toward the tracks after the train disappears. "Won't be many drives left someday." Nobody answers immediately, because everyone knows he might be right. Historians often describe the 1870s and 1880s as the closing period of the classic cattle drive era. Rail expansion steadily reduced the need for massive long-distance drives northward toward Kansas railheads. Why spend months crossing dangerous open country if trains could transport cattle more efficiently from closer loading points? Economics eventually defeats romance almost every time. You ride nearer the tracks now, while telegraph wires hum faintly overhead in the warm wind. That sound unsettles you somehow. Invisible messages traveling instantly across enormous distances. Magic disguised as technology. A few older cowboys still distrust telegraphs completely. Others barely notice them anymore. Human beings adapt to revolutionary inventions with astonishing speed once survival or money becomes involved. Nearby, abandoned buffalo bones whiten beneath the grass, not far from the railroad line. Another reminder. Railroads accelerated buffalo destruction enormously by enabling large-scale commercial hunting and easier transport of hides eastward. Some passengers reportedly shot buffalo directly from train windows for entertainment. History occasionally behaves like satire written by drunk businessmen. The herd begins settling again once the smoke fades fully from the horizon. Horses relax. Riders drift back into position around the cattle. Still, the mood feels different afterward. Quieter somehow. The older black cowboy eventually rides beside you beneath the humming telegraph wires. "World moving faster now," he says. Simple observation, difficult to argue. You think about all the changes already reshaping the West during your own years on the trail. Railroads crossing plains once considered unreachable. Towns growing larger every season. Barbed wire fencing, open range. Telegraph lines shrinking distance itself. Even clothing and supplies change faster now, with Eastern goods arriving regularly by rail. The frontier no longer feels endless. It feels temporary. A station town appears near evening beside the tracks ahead. Smaller than the cattle towns farther north, but growing quickly. Water towers, loading pens, warehouses, fresh construction everywhere. The railroad creates its own ecosystems. Workers swarm around the tracks while hammers ring through warm evening air. Immigrants unloading freight. Railroad crews repairing ties. Merchants opening businesses. Children running beside dusty streets. Energy hums through the settlement differently than old cattle towns. Less drifting, more building. You guide the herd toward nearby holding ground, while another train whistle echoes faintly across the plains, somewhere beyond sunset. A cowboy near you shakes his head slowly. "My father crossed this country in wagons," he says quietly. Now steel tracks divide the same land. Entire generations watch the West transform almost faster than memory could keep pace. You dismount near camp later that evening, while railroad smoke still lingers faintly in the air. The setting sun burns orange behind the telegraph poles, stretching endlessly toward the horizon. The cook mutters that trains smell worse than cattle. An impressive statement. Several riders laugh softly around the fire, while darkness settles across the plains once again. Yet even here, beside the campfire, modernity remains close now, whistles drifting through night air, telegraph wires singing softly in the wind, tracks cutting straight through open country once ruled only by horses and weather. The Old West and the New America overlapping uneasily, and somewhere between the frightened cattle, roaring locomotives, humming telegraph wires, and shrinking distance beneath western skies, you begin understand another hidden truth of cowboy life. The frontier was disappearing even while people still believed they were discovering it. The lawman sleeping beside the stove snores louder than the cattle outside. You discover this while stepping carefully through the sheriff's office near midnight, carrying a pot of coffee borrowed from the boarding house kitchen. Rain taps steadily against the windows, while muddy boots line the wall beside a rack of rifles and 2 pairs of handcuffs hanging from nails. The sheriff himself sleeps in a chair tilted dangerously backward, hat covering half his face. Very intimidating. Western law enforcement in the 1870s looked far less polished than later legends preferred. Many frontier sheriffs, marshals, deputies, and town constables worked with limited manpower, inconsistent training, and extremely uneven resources. Some were competent, some corrupt, some exhausted men simply trying to maintain order in rapidly growing towns full of cattle money, whiskey, gambling, and wandering strangers. Mostly ordinary people handling difficult circumstances badly or well, depending on the day. You set the coffee pot down quietly anyway. The sheriff startles awake immediately, grabbing for a revolver before realizing where he is. Then he sighs deeply. Probably happens often. "Appreciate it," he mutters, while pouring coffee into a chipped mug. Outside, thunder rolls somewhere beyond town, while horses stamp restlessly beneath the rain. The cattle remain held in stock pens tonight, waiting for shipment farther east tomorrow morning. You sit briefly near the stove, warming your hands. The sheriff studies you over the coffee cup. "Trail rider," you nod. That answer explains almost everything out here. The dust on your coat, the exhausted posture, the smell faintly lingering despite recent baths. Cowboys became recognizable immediately in frontier towns. Not glamorous, just worn down in specific ways. The sheriff leans back carefully this time. You boys usually quieter than the gamblers. Interesting observation. Popular Western mythology later fused cowboys and outlaws together into one dramatic category of armed, dangerous men roaming saloons beneath gun smoke and piano music. Reality remained more complicated. Most cowboys were wage laborers too exhausted for constant violence. Most outlaws were not mysterious gunslingers at all, but thieves, rustlers, drifters, desperate men, failed farmers, escaped prisoners, or opportunists navigating unstable frontier conditions. And most lawmen spent far more time dealing with drunkenness, theft, property disputes, and paperwork than dramatic shootouts at high noon. History disappoints movie producers constantly. The sheriff points toward a jail cell in the corner where one miserable-looking man sleeps, curled beneath a blanket. "Horse thief," he says. No further explanation needed. Horse theft ranked among the most serious frontier crimes because horses represented transportation, labor, survival, and valuable property simultaneously. Stealing a horse could leave someone stranded hundreds of miles from safety. Cowboys hated horse thieves passionately. You hear shouting briefly outside, followed by laughter drifting through the rain-soaked streets. Probably another saloon argument dissolving before becoming truly dangerous. Most frontier conflict actually ended this way. Loud threats, drunken posturing, minor fistfights, people calming down eventually. Yet newspapers and dime novels preferred dramatic gunfire because ordinary arguments about poker debts sold fewer copies. The sheriff rubs tired eyes while rain continues tapping softly against the windows. "You know how many actual gunfights I've seen this year?" he asks suddenly. You shake your head. "One." That answer hangs quietly beside the stove. "One?" Not dozens, not weekly showdowns. "One?" And even that likely happened too fast and ugly to resemble later Western mythology. Real violence often does. The sheriff continues sipping coffee thoughtfully. Mostly folks just trying to get by. There it is again. The hidden truth underneath so much frontier history. Ordinary survival. The West contained ranchers, cooks, railroad workers, laundresses, merchants, soldiers, native families, immigrants, gamblers, trail riders, widows, blacksmiths, drifters, children, teachers, and exhausted lawmen drinking burnt coffee at midnight while storms rolled across muddy streets. Most were not legends, just people. You glance toward wanted posters pinned along the office wall, faded sketches, names half forgotten already. Some outlaws became nationally famous through newspapers, while countless others disappeared anonymously into frontier history. Jesse James, Sam Bass, the Younger Gang, names growing larger than reality itself. Historians still debate how much outlaw celebrity emerged from journalism, deliberately transforming criminals into folk heroes for profit. Railroad robberies especially fascinated Eastern readers because they symbolized resistance against rapidly expanding corporate power, even when the actual robbers behaved violently or selfishly. Human beings often romanticize dangerous people from safe distances. A lightning flash briefly illuminates the office bright white through the rain-streaked windows. The sheriff sighs again. Town gets nervous when cattle money comes through. Makes sense. Large cattle drives flooded frontier towns with temporary populations carrying wages, drinking heavily, gambling aggressively, and searching desperately for entertainment after months on isolated trails. Chaos followed naturally, yet even here, most cowboys simply wanted food, sleep, whiskey, music, clean clothes, and maybe temporary relief from loneliness. Not gunfights. The sheriff stands eventually stretching stiffly beside the stove. Folks back east think this whole country runs on bullets, he says. Then he snorts softly. Mostly runs on boredom and mud. Perfect sentence. You finish your coffee while the rain weakens outside. Somewhere down the street, a piano still plays faintly through the darkness. Horses shift beneath hitching rails. Water drips steadily from rooftops into muddy streets. The frontier continues quietly through the night. Before leaving, you glance once more toward the sleeping horse thief curled inside the cell. Not glamorous, not legendary, just cold. The sheriff notices your expression. Most outlaws end up tired, he says simply. Another perfect sentence. You step back outside afterward, into cool, rain-scented air, while thunder drifts farther eastward across the plains. Lamplight glows warmly through saloon windows nearby. The stockyards smell of wet cattle and mud. Ordinary night, ordinary town, ordinary people trying to survive an extraordinary landscape. And somewhere between the sleeping lawman, the miserable horse thief, the rain-soaked streets, and the fading myths growing larger around them all, you begin understanding another hidden truth of cowboy life. The real West belonged mostly to people history barely remembers. You notice the older cowboys first through the way they move. Not slowly exactly, carefully, a hand resting against the saddle before mounting, a pause after standing too quickly, the slight stiffness in knees during cold mornings, small unconscious adjustments learned after years of pain settling permanently into the body. The frontier ages people unevenly. Some men seem ancient at 40. Others remain hard as fence posts into old age through luck, stubbornness, or possibly deals with forces historians cannot properly document. You ride beside the herd beneath pale autumn sunlight, while dry grass whispers softly across the plains. Cooler weather has returned at last after months of heat, storms, mud, and endless dust. The cattle move calmly today. Even the wind feels tired. Beside you, the older black cowboy shifts carefully in the saddle while rubbing one shoulder briefly before noticing you watching. Winter before last, he says simply. No further explanation. Old injuries become permanent companions out here. Cowboys accumulated damage gradually across years on the trail, broken ribs from thrown horses, rope burns cutting deep into hands, bad knees from constant riding, fingers bent permanently after accidents during storms or stampedes, back pain lingering through every cold morning forever afterward, and most simply kept working, because stopping rarely remained financially possible. You glance around the herd, noticing other signs now that you know to look for them. A rider favoring one leg slightly, another unable to fully straighten two fingers, one older cowboy mounting his horse from a small rock because lifting directly from the ground hurts too much. The mythology later celebrated toughness proudly. Reality often looked more like endurance. A younger rider gallops past laughing loudly at something near the front of the herd, body loose and effortless in the saddle. The older cowboys watch him briefly, then one mutters, Give it 10 years. Laughter circles softly through the group. Frontier humor again balancing truth with resignation. The West demanded physical labor relentlessly. Cowboys rode thousands of miles over time beneath brutal weather conditions while handling dangerous animals using equipment that punished the human body daily. Medical care remained inconsistent. Recovery time minimal. Many riders simply wore themselves out. Historians examining photographs of older cowboys often notice visible physical strain in posture and movement, even among men not particularly elderly by modern standards. The trail leaves marks. Your horse stumbles briefly crossing uneven ground before recovering immediately. Instantly, every rider nearby checks the animal automatically. Experienced cowboys learned caution through accumulated memory. One bad fall could end a career permanently, or a life. A rider farther ahead still carries a limp from being thrown during a river crossing years earlier. Another lost partial hearing after a horse kicked him beside the chuck wagon. Stories drift through trail camps quietly over time. Not dramatic legends, just consequences. The older black cowboy eventually points toward a rider near the rear of the herd. Used to be one of the fastest ropers in Texas, apparently. Now arthritis twists his hands badly during cold mornings. Still rides anyway. Because what else does he know? That question settles heavily inside you. Many aging cowboys struggled once their bodies began failing. Few possessed savings. Fewer owned land. Trail work depended almost entirely on physical ability, and the frontier offered limited social safety for worn-out laborers. Some drifted into town jobs, stable work, ranch supervision, law enforcement occasionally. Others disappeared into poverty, alcoholism, or obscurity. The legends rarely follow them that far. You ride onward beneath enormous western sky while hawks circle lazily above distant hills. Autumn light paints the plains soft gold around the moving herd. Beautiful season. Melancholy season somehow, too. The younger cowboy with terrible rope skills rides over carrying exaggerated confidence and absolutely no awareness of his future knee problems. You old men talking about death again. He grins. One older rider snorts. Just talking about surviving long enough to complain properly. Fair goal, honestly. The younger cowboy races off again, chasing a stray calf unnecessarily fast, simply because youth often mistakes speed for wisdom. The older riders watch silently. Then one says softly, "He rides like he thinks he'll live forever." Nobody answers immediately, because once upon a time, they all rode that way too. The trail boss eventually calls for a short break near a shallow creek lined with cottonwoods, turning yellow beneath the autumn sky. Riders dismount stiffly beside the water while horses drink quietly. You notice the older cowboys lowering themselves from saddles differently than younger riders, more deliberate, protecting joints, protecting backs. Protecting whatever still functions reasonably well after decades outdoors. One man removes his glove, revealing scar tissue thick across his palm from old rope burns. Another massages both wrists carefully while staring out across the plains. Bodies remember everything eventually. The older black cowboy sits beside the creek, filling his coffee cup slowly from a pot warming near the fire. "You know what really ages a cowboy?" he asks. "You wait. Getting back on the horse tomorrow?" Perfect answer. Because the damage rarely comes from single dramatic moments alone. Not only stampedes or falls or storms. It comes from repetition, day after day, season after season, cold mornings, hard saddles, long rides, bad sleep, heavy lifting, endless weather. Human bodies wear down quietly, under routine. The break ends too soon, always too soon. Riders begin mounting again while cattle drift lazily through the nearby grass. The older cowboys move carefully but efficiently. They have done this too many years to waste energy pretending otherwise. You pull yourself back into the saddle, feeling soreness already lingering in your own knees and shoulders after only these recent months on the trail. The older riders notice. One grins knowingly. There it is, the beginning. The plains stretch endlessly ahead beneath fading autumn sunlight, while the herd resumes its slow movement north once more. And somewhere between the stiff joints, scarred hands, tired horses, quiet jokes around campfires, and men continuing despite bodies gradually surrendering piece by piece, you begin understanding another hidden truth of cowboy life. The frontier did not just test courage. It collected years. The fences appear first, long dark lines cutting across the prairie, where open grass once stretched uninterrupted toward the horizon. Barbed wire glints beneath cold morning sunlight, while wooden posts stand rigid against the wind, like silent declarations that the land now belongs to someone. More fences every season, more roads, more towns. The West is closing slowly around itself. You ride beside the herd beneath pale autumn sky, while dust drifts lazily through dry grass. The cattle move quietly today. Even the horses seem calmer somehow, as though the long months on the trail have worn everyone into acceptance. Ahead, telegraph poles follow the trail northward beside fresh wagon roads. A farmhouse stands near a creek where only open prairie existed a few years earlier, according to the older riders. Smoke rises from the chimney. Children wave from the porch as the herd passes. New life, growing directly out of old wilderness. The younger cowboy lifts his hat dramatically toward the family. The children stare at the riders with enormous fascination. To them, cowboys probably already look like figures from stories rather than ordinary workers. Funny how quickly myths begin. The older black cowboy watches the farmhouse disappear behind the herd. "Was buffalo country once," he says quietly. That sentence could describe almost everywhere now. Railroads spread farther west. Settlers claim more land. Towns exist. Fences divide the plains into ownership and boundaries. The great wandering openness defining earlier frontier life slowly narrows beneath development. Some historians later called this the closing of the frontier, though people living through it rarely used such dramatic language. To many settlers, ranchers, railroad investors, and merchants, the changes simply looked like progress. To others, they looked like endings. The trail boss rides ahead, speaking briefly with a farmer repairing fence posts near the road. Their conversation appears practical enough. Weather, grazing rights, water access perhaps. These negotiations happen constantly now. Open-range culture weakens every year. The younger cowboy spits toward the fence line after the farmer leaves. Whole country's getting boxed in. Maybe true. Yet somewhere nearby, another family probably celebrates finally owning stable land after years of uncertainty. History often creates winners and mourners simultaneously from the same event. You ride onward watching wind ripple through the grasslands beyond the fences. The prairie still looks enormous from a distance. But the distances feel smaller now, more measured, more controlled. A train whistle echoes faintly across the plains, sometime near midday. Nobody even looks up this time. Railroads have become ordinary enough already to lose their earlier shock. That may be how huge changes truly happen. Not all at once, slowly enough that people adapt before realizing entire worlds disappeared around them. You pass an abandoned line camp near afternoon, roof partially collapsed, corral posts leaning sideways, old wagon parts rusting beside tall weeds. The frontier leaves ruins quickly behind itself. One older cowboy claims a rider froze there 3 winters ago during a blizzard while trying to check cattle alone. Nobody questions the story. Too believable. Death always remained close across the plains, even while civilization expanded steadily outward. Weather still killed people. Rivers still drowned them. Horses still threw them hard into rocks and earth. The West modernizes unevenly. You notice the older riders watching the land differently lately. More reflective, perhaps. They point out vanished trails, old watering sites now fenced off, former buffalo ranges, towns appearing where camps once stood. Memory itself becomes part of the landscape. The younger cowboy asks one older rider whether he ever plans settling down somewhere permanently. The man shrugs. Wouldn't know how. Interesting answer again. Some cowboys adapted easily into ranch ownership, town work, farming, or family life. Others seemed permanently shaped by movement itself, too accustomed to open sky, temporary camps, and seasonal drifting to fit comfortably inside fences and routines afterward. Freedom changes people even when exhausting them, or maybe especially then. By evening, the herd approaches another growing railroad town farther north, larger than the last one, more permanent somehow. Brick buildings replacing wood, electric telegraph office, new hotel under construction beside the station. Progress arriving visibly now. Streetlights flicker to life as dusk settles. The cattle move toward holding pens, while townspeople gather, watching the drive arrive through clouds of dust and fading sunlight. Children point excitedly. Shopkeepers pause in doorways. Travelers fresh from eastern trains stare openly at the riders emerging from the plains. You suddenly wonder whether they realize what they are actually seeing. Not legendary gunslingers, not romantic heroes, just tired laborers moving through a world already changing faster than memory can preserve it. The older black cowboy dismounts beside the stockyards, rubbing his shoulder again beneath the cold evening wind. "Won't be many trails left after a while," he says quietly. Nobody argues, because everyone can see it now. The fences, the towns, the tracks, the wires, the families planting roots where herds once wandered freely. The West becoming settled enough to stop feeling endless. Later that night, you stand alone near the edge of town, looking westward beyond the distant lights. The plains still stretch outward beneath the stars, almost unchanged at first glance. Almost, yet somewhere beyond the darkness lie fences you cannot see. Survey lines, railroad routes, property deeds filed in distant offices. The frontier turning into something owned. A train whistle drifts softly through the night once more. Not lonely anymore. Familiar. You pull your coat tighter against the autumn wind, while cattle breathe quietly from the stockyards behind you, and telegraph wires hum faintly overhead beneath the stars. And somewhere between the fading trails, growing towns, shrinking open range, and memories already hardening into legend. You begin understanding another hidden truth of cowboy life. The Old West did not vanish suddenly. It slowly became history while people were still living inside it. The fire burns low beside the final camp. Not the final camp of the West itself, perhaps. The plains will continue breathing beneath stars long after cattle drives fade into memory. Horses will still cross rivers. Wind will still move through grasslands older than nations. But for you, tonight feels like the end of something. The herd rests quietly beyond the circle of firelight, while autumn cold settles softly across the prairie. Horses stand half asleep near the remuda tails, flicking lazily beneath the stars. Somewhere far off, a coyote calls once into the darkness. Then silence again, deep prairie silence. You sit wrapped in a blanket, beside glowing embers, watching sparks drift upward toward the enormous night sky. Around the camp, the riders move more slowly now. Less talking tonight, less laughter. The trail itself feels tired. Months have passed beneath storms, rivers, mud, stampedes, loneliness, whiskey towns, winter winds, and endless miles of open country. The younger cowboy, with terrible rope skills, sleeps already beside the wagon, hat tipped across his face. Even he looks older somehow. The older black cowboy sits across the fire quietly, cleaning his saddle with slow, practiced movements. Leather creaks softly beneath his hands. Routine until the very end. You glance outward beyond camp, where the plains disappear into darkness beneath the stars. Somewhere out there lie abandoned trails, buffalo bones whitening in grass, forgotten graves, old campsites erased by weather, fence lines stretching farther every season, railroad tracks cutting across country once crossed only by horses. The West changing, always changing. Cowboys themselves changed too. The frontier reshaped people physically, certainly. Scarred hands, worn knees, sunburned faces, bent shoulders after years in the saddle. But something deeper shifted too. Time moved differently out here. You measured life through storms, survived. Horses trusted. Rivers crossed safely before dusk. Tiny comforts became precious. Coffee beside dawn fires, dry socks after rain, a calm herd beneath moonlight. Civilization itself became fragile and temporary. The older cowboy finally speaks without looking up from the saddle. "You know what I remember most." You wait quietly. The quiet. Interesting answer. Not the stampedes, not the saloons, not the legends newspapers loved printing, just the quiet. And perhaps he is right. The real West was quieter than mythology allowed. Long hours beneath sky, wind moving through grass, saddles creaking, hooves crossing rivers at dawn, men speaking softly because open land carried sound so far. You stare into the fire, remembering pieces now. Coffee steaming before sunrise while frost covered the plains. Lightning flashing across terrified cattle. Music drifting from saloons after weeks outdoors. Stories beside campfires beneath endless stars. The smell of wet leather and smoke after storms. The strange loneliness of huge landscapes. The stranger peace hidden inside that loneliness, too. Historians still argue endlessly about the meaning of the American frontier. Some describe expansion and opportunity. Others emphasize violence, displacement, exploitation, and environmental destruction. Most likely, all remain true simultaneous. The West contained beauty and brutality together. progress and loss together, freedom and hardship tangled so tightly nobody fully separated them. A horse shifts softly in the darkness nearby. The sound feels comforting now. You realize suddenly how much trust cowboy life required. Trusting horses during storms, trusting riders during stampedes, trusting cooks not to poison everyone accidentally with suspicious stew ingredients, trusting weather long enough to cross rivers before floods arrived. Survival on the frontier rarely happened alone, despite all the myths celebrating rugged independence. The older cowboy finishes cleaning the saddle at last. "World's changing fast," he says quietly. Another true sentence. Railroads spread westward. Fences divide the open range. Towns grow larger. Telegraph wires hum above trails, fading slowly into memory. And someday soon, people will probably tell stories about cowboys as though they belonged to some ancient vanished world rather than tired workers sitting beside fires worrying about weather and sore backs. Human beings turn ordinary lives into legends astonishingly quickly afterward. The fire collapses inward softly, sending one last shower of sparks into the night air. Around camp, the riders disappear gradually into blankets while the herd breathes quietly beneath the stars. Tomorrow the trail continues again, perhaps for only a little while longer before everything changes completely. But tonight, the plains remain wide and dark and endless beneath the sky. And so your eyes grow heavier at last, while the cold prairie wind moves gently through the grass around camp. The cattle settle deeper into silence. The horses rest. The fire fades lower. You breathe slowly beneath the stars. The west softens around you now. The long trails, the rivers, the storms, the lonely songs drifting through darkness beside nervous cattle. The muddy towns glowing warm with lamplight after weeks outdoors. The endless horizon stretching farther than thought itself, all of it slowly drifting backward into memory, like hoof prints disappearing beneath prairie wind. And now the night grows quieter still. The stars above the plains shine softly over sleeping horses and fading campfires. The wind moves gently through the grasslands. Far away, coyotes call once more beneath the moon, and little by little, the old frontier settles into silence. The prairie is dark now, calm and endless beneath the stars. The cattle no longer move. The horses rest quietly with lowered heads, while the last embers glow softly beside the wagon. You can still smell smoke in the cold night air, mixed with leather, dust, and distant grass dumping the wind passes gently across the plains. The long trail finally feels far away. No more stampedes tonight, no more river crossings, no more storms rolling black across the horizon, only the quiet breathing of the herd beneath the stars and the slow, peaceful rhythm of the frontier settling to sleep around you. The wind softens. The fire dims lower. Somewhere far out on the prairie, a lonely coyote sings once into the darkness before silence returns again. And now, even the great western sky itself seems to rest. The riders sleep beside fading embers. The horses dream standing still. The open plains stretch endlessly beneath moonlight, untouched and silver. You close your eyes at last, feeling the warmth of the blanket, the cool prairie air, and the deep calm of the night settling softly over everything. And for one final moment, the Old West remains alive around you, quiet, vast, and gently fading into history. Good night, my friend.